How's the audio? Can you guys hear me? Is this shit working? It's been a minute. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. What a bunch of psychos. Who starts a debate this early in the morning? Raving lunatics. That's who. Why? Why are they doing this so early? Why? It's got to be a PBD thing, right? Has to be Patrick Bet-David's idea. You know that guy's up at like 3 o'clock every morning. Holy crap. Everybody get some sleep? Did y'all get some decent sleep? I didn't sleep for shit. Woke up at like 7. Eyes crusty. Felt like I've aged 10 years. Slamming some coffee. Breakfast. I had breakfast. I don't ever eat breakfast. Know what I had? Made some toast. Not even French toast. Just toast. One piece of toast. Put some peanut butter on there. And a little bit of strawberry rhubarb jelly. And then I ate half an avocado with it. 'Cause healthy. And I'm assuming I'm going to pay for that in a few hours. But that's okay. We'll just deal with it. We will just deal with it. Is Patrick Bet-David actually going to be at Candace's place? Yeah, I would think so. I would think he would be there in person moderating the debate. That's what I'm saying, Eclectic. What is wrong with these people? It's like, you know what? Could be one of the most watched debates in history, right? Outside of presidential debates. So they're getting together to plan this, and they're like, you know what? We should do this like before the sun comes up. That would be a great idea. On a Friday. Not a Saturday, on a Friday. And here I am complaining, right? How about these West Coast people? Sucks to be you guys. Mike Klikovich, am I the only one with young kids and super happy it's on while they're at school? I don't know where you live, dude, but my kids don't go back to school for like another week or two. Damn, where you at? You got kids back in school already? Shit. I'm just going to take a minute to kind of relax and let all of this sink in for a moment, that this debate is actually happening. But we are going to watch a few things before the debate starts. There's some funny things. They're not long. They're super quick. Some schools started here this week in Florida. Shit. School back in Scotland. Daughter started yesterday. Tennessee kids are in school. But I homeschool my kids. Word. When all that 2020 stuff was happening, right? I gave serious consideration to doing the homeschooling thing, but I had to be honest with myself. Kids are probably better off in public school than me trying to teach them. Just a little self-awareness. CJ already dropping the, well, I don't even know what it was. Hang on a second. It's in here somewhere. It's gifted. 10 gifted. 10 gifted memberships from CJ. There it is. There it is. You got to give me a minute, guys. It's been like 2 weeks. I forgot how to do some of this shit. Andrew is stepping over George's toys as we speak. Gross. Yeah. Donna Kenny. Yes, Bronson, watching you from Scotland. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I would try to do something funny in a Scottish accent, but I fear it would both not be funny and not be a very good Scottish accent. So just pretend like I did. Bro, I was crusty. I was. Obviously, I took a shower, and now I'm not crusty. I'm crispy clean, and I smell good. So fucking take that, CJ. Boom. Okay. I'm going to pull this up. I don't know how loud it's going to be. It might be loud. I haven't really checked my audio levels, so if it's too loud, just let me know. But have any of you heard of Beardson? I'm assuming some of you have seen this. Some of you may not have. If all of you have already seen it, doesn't matter. It's still funny anyway. So let's check this out. Let's watch. Here's Beardson calling in and trolling the Stu Peters show. Let me make sure my volume's up.
Go ahead. You're on, Michael.
Oh, thank you, Stu. Appreciate it. I just want to say real quick, it's my first time seeing this base report guy, but, man, real smart guy. I mean, just real sharp. I love the name, the base report. It's like really, it gets down to what we're really about. So I just wanted to compliment you. But, yeah, this whole Charlie Kirk Israel thing's just really something else with, I mean, I saw your debate with Andrew Wilson, and, I mean, I just got to say, I thought you were kind of a big fucking dumb idiot, to be honest with you. You look like a real fucking retard up there, and you're kind of making us all look bad, dude. Like, Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and you're up there acting like a fucking retard with nothing to say. Like, it's crazy. So, like, you need to get your shit together, dog, because otherwise, I mean, fucking Tyler Robinson's going to go to jail for the rest of his life. Innocent man who did nothing wrong, and you're up there just fucking spinning your wheels like a
so
fucking.
Since
were you
when
drunk?
did it become
Were you
incumbent
drunk?
upon? Okay, so you're here comes one of these groypers with the drunk stuff. Haven't drank for 2 years, but obviously what he's saying. And I saw these people in the chat that they were saying that they were going to start calling. We can expect that. Okay, Frankie. And I see more. The call screener has more of these groypers in here. I'm just not into it today. I got to get out of here. I'm going to go hang out with my kids.
I made him.
Appreciate you being here.
I
If you
made
guys
him
want to
in
follow
the
Frankie
show.
Stocks, you can do
I
that
made
on
him
X,
literally in
at
the
Real
show.
Stocks. You can do that on Instagram at realstocks_TBR. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, dealing with the same bullshit.
He rage
Until
quit
then,
the show
God
after
bless you.
that.
Yeah, you got to prove. You got to
W.
prove that Tyler Robinson
Fear the beard,
didn't do
bitch.
this, or he's going to go to
Fear
jail.
the beard, bitch.
Unbelievable.
Fear the beard, bitch. Let's go. Flawless victory. Wow.
He's going to be executed if you don't get your shit together.
He's still seething about it.
That was incredible. So I don't know who this guest is, but if you watch, like, I think he might be on a bit of a delay. As soon as he like drops, like, you look like an idiot, you see this he's got like a smirk, he's smiling, and then his face just drops like, oh shit. Oh shit.
What we're really about. So I just wanted to compliment you. But
Watch
yeah, this whole
dude's face
Charlie
drop.
Kirk Israel thing's just really something else with, I mean, I saw your debate with with Andrew Wilson. And I mean, I just got to say, I thought you were kind of a big fucking dumb idiot, to be honest with you. You look like a real fucking retard up there, and you're kind of making us all look bad, dude. Like, Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and you're
So
up there
Beardson did this
acting
2
like
days in a
fucking
row.
retard.
This was the first day. Let me pull up the second day. A lot of people like the second day one. I thought this one was the best one. I thought that first day was hilarious because he, you know, and I mean, he calls in, he's glazing this Stu's guest, talking all kinds of good stuff, and then just goes in on Stu. Did I put it in my bookmarks? Oh, here it is. Here it be. Here it be.
James, what's on your mind?
So this is the second day.
Hi, how's it going? I was going to call. It was a great show today, and I just think that I
Jimmy
used
Dore
to be a
stopped by.
member-
How about that? Matt Tucciarone, Jimmy Dore stops by. Then we have the legal analysis of Octavia Levon. I feel very blessed today.
Jimmy Dore was awesome. We love Jimmy Dore. I was so shocked to see him on the show. It was really a good appearance. He's so smart, so funny, and
Can you turn the show down in the background so that we don't hear it echoing?
oh, sorry.
No, you're
I'll
good.
turn that
Okay,
down.
go ahead. What was the premise of your call? Got to get out of here.
Well, yeah. So I used to actually be a member of TPUSA about 2 years ago, and I used to attend. They'd have these after parties, and Stu, you just wouldn't believe what would be going on there. At some of these things, it was just really crazy.
Well, tell us what was going on.
I'd come to some of these things, and I would, just a lot of homosexuality stuff going on. I would show up there, and there'd be guys on their knees just blowing each other.
What?
I think you were there, actually. I think you were there on there sucking like 10 guys off. I saw you there.
All right, here we go.
Sucking 10 guys off. When are you going to...
This guy waited an hour and a half to do that. An hour and a half. This person waited on hold for an hour and a half to do that. These are the eternally online, I will never have kids. It's gay to go to the gym. We love the Jews. There's nothing wrong with Israel. Donald Trump is great again. Just kidding about everything that I said about Jews and Israel before. This guy waited an hour and a half to do that. Who has that kind of time? What kind of loser has an hour and a half to stay on hold so that they can do that? Who has that kind of And then Beardson Beardley, I found out, was yesterday's call because he clipped it. And then he's like, Stu rage quit his show. Actually, that's just the end of the show.
Right.
We do the base report. I take a couple of phone calls. That's the end of the show. He spent 2 hours holding to do that. This guy spent an hour and a half waiting so he could say that I was at a Turning Point USA party.
Commitment.
All right, dude.
This is the funniest thing ever. This is better than yesterday, honestly.
Anyway, yeah, with that, so now I'm going to get out of here.
Again.
It's just unbelievable.
Oh, 2 dubs in a row.
An hour and a half. What an absolute loser. All right, we're going to get out of here. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow, noon Eastern is when...
The only time... Whoa. The only time someone said Stu was worth the wait. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. These guys deserve every second that happens to them. Every fucking second. I cannot wait for the amount of trolling to come because it's only going to increase. Only going to go up. And they've got it coming. These people can't troll for shit. For shit. What is this? Hey, you know what? I think, is Jared live right now? What's he doing up this early? Does he? Oh, he's got a vertical and a horizontal. That's so extra. Let's see what Jared's talking about, shall we? Let's see what Jared's doing over here. Let me
We're
refresh.
seeing him not do a great job, but he hasn't batted 1,000. Nobody really has.
We'll leave the chat up, see
But I
what
think when
chat's
you
saying.
Stack him up, and if he against somebody who has made a lot of claims, never really had to debate those claims, and
We've got a stream within a stream
has
here.
yet to generate a shred of actual evidence that proves a single one of her theories, I think that's a situation where he's going to come out on top, where he's going to come out as a winner.
Oh shit,
And,
Jared's doing a breakdown here. A little pre-show.
Let's see. Whole truth. Everyone remembered to like, subscribe. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Gil. I appreciate you, brother. You are the man, Gil. You are the man. Okay, sir. You're. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Hen house, cluck, cluck, cluck. If you're talking about these gentlemen here, it was like a hen house. It really was. Between 5 of them, anyway. Good morning, Bronson. Look, the great Rage Bronson has shown up. He's graced our chat. Thanks for being a member.
Oh yeah, he got me. Do you know this motherfucker charges like $7 for his membership?
You guys need to go check out his channel. And
$7 he got me for. Can you believe that?
Rage Bronson. Check out Whole Truth 1-2. Where's Gil? There he
What
is.
do I don't even know what I
These
charge.
channels
What's my membership?
Definitely deserve a follow.
Like $3?
Let's see here. What have we got? Oh, we got another super chat. Mike Klikovich.
Killing me with $7.
Mike Klikovich, good to
Bro,
see you.
Mike,
Thanks for being a member.
what are you doing?
Bronson's talking crap.
What are you doing?
That's the bulk of his channel. That's what he says. That's how he introduces himself.
I can't believe you just ratted me out.
Crap on the internet. What did he say? Let's find it. All right. Everybody gravitate towards
$2.99. Yeah,
Bronson. What did Bronson say?
That sounds
In the
right.
Chat. I might have.
He has no idea. He didn't get it, Mike. He didn't get it. He doesn't know that I'm talking shit on my live, not in the chat.
One.
Oh, that's okay, guys. He's a bit of a boomer. You got to give him a minute.
Actually, I don't know why I started coughing here. YouTube didn't.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
YouTube didn't block it, did they?
$2.99.
I only saw 2 comments from you, Rage.
Yeah, I'm so much cheaper.
I laughed so hard.
So
at them.
much
the
cheaper.
Cope and plausible deniability was so clear, and before the debate is even started, that's the other part of it. It was the Cope was palpable. And then it was trying
Jared
to find
forgets
every
the super
conceivable
chats
out for her. I think knowing that she is not going to stack up well against Andrew Wilson. I agree.
Oh man, I don't know if you guys, these X Spaces lately have been fucking, I don't even know.
Good to see you.
Like
Welcome.
it really is getting harder and
All right,
harder
let me get to another,
for me to sit in
another
these
couple
things.
Topics here. Let's see. Did you see the lefties dandelion World War One?
You just paid $3.99?
No,
Did
I
they?
didn't
Maybe
see
it's
that.
$3.99.
You know what?
I don't know.
That's
When I was
interesting,
setting it up, I just picked the cheapest one because
that's another interesting similarity between
'Cause cheap.
the left and this new version of the right, and it's that they're just
like
not
I don't even
focused on
if a dollar
and
were an
it
option,
is- it's-
I would have just
it's
chose a
doomer,
dollar.
Doomer on a
But I
loop.
think I just went with the cheapest
And,
one.
I say I'm not black-pilled. I will not be black-pilled against this country. I love this country.
What
I
about
wanna
the
see this
one
country
that
succeed.
Barron?
I am not black-pilled, but I could be gray-pilled at times.
I mean, the
However,
only
I've
reason that
also
one
come to
was
a more,
entertaining,
I think,
really, is
realistic-
because Barron was in there.
I've tempered my expectations, and I know that it's got to be incremental change. We thought that a lot of people thought Donald Trump was going to.
I was a little let down, to be honest with you,
change. Just
with
and he started doing a lot with executive
quite a
orders
few of the people. Well, not
shown
quite a few of the people in
that,
there. There were a few of
even
them.
though
I was pretty let
wall
down
hasn't been fully built.
because I have listened to a few of these people in multiple spaces, like really, you know what I mean? Like they'll talk shit about, they'll talk shit about anybody. They really will. But they'll talk shit about Gary, and then they'll go into like Gary spaces, right? Or Gary will come into theirs, and they will have the same attitude towards Gary, right? For whatever reason, these same people didn't have that same attitude towards Baron Coleman when he was in there. And it's like, I'm trying to find people that are consistent, right? I don't care necessarily what your opinions are, if we agree or disagree or whatever. But if you're a consistent person, like if you stand your ground, I can get along with you just fine. No problems. I respect that kind of shit. But when I'm listening to these people talking to Baron Coleman, and I know, or I have an idea at least of what their opinions are, and they're just glazing him the whole time. It's like, hold on, you guys have been talking about all of these questions that you have for Baron and Candace, and you get an opportunity to ask him and confront him, and you just don't take it. Like, is everybody just out here clout chasing? Is that all this is? Is it just one giant, like, pick me pyramid scheme? I want to be your new best friend. Please shout me out shout me out on your live stream, or retweet my shit. Get me more followers. Is that all this is? Just clout? Everybody's just running clout? Like, does nobody just stand on their opinion? So I was a little let down, to be honest with you. Little let down. No integrity from anyone. And the fangirling over a few of the space hosts is ridiculous. Be more specific. Who's fangirling over the space hosts? Or like, give me an example. Like, which space hosts? Baron did say you had a great voice, though. Yeah, well, I bet if you ask him again, he would probably have something else to say. I don't think he was aware of who I was. I don't know, guys. Like, I go in between, right? Like, at the same time, I see what Baron is doing. You know what I'm saying? I understand what he's doing. I get it. And I got a lot more insight, in my opinion, into the game that Baron Coleman is running, just with that little bit that I talked to him. But at the same time, it's like, you know what, Baron? Run it. If you can sucker all of these people out of their views, their clicks, their engagement, their money, go for it. You know what I mean? Like I struggle with that. If you want to take advantage of suckers, and you can, maybe you should. I couldn't believe, right? He's talking about, what was he saying? Something along the lines of like getting all these experts to reach out to him, right? He's putting all this information out, doing his show in hopes that he'll get a bunch of experts. Maybe some experts in certain fields will see his show, or they'll hear these theories, and, they'll reach out to him and explain to him what works and what doesn't work and this and that. Okay, cool. So you've had 11 months now, right? It's got a pretty big channel. His channel's grown tremendously, gets a ton of views. Have to assume that he's had possibly some experts in things like explosives or whatnot, electricity, reach out to him and explain some things. Okay, so I asked him, out of all of the theories or possibilities that there are for how Charlie Kirk allegedly was unalived, right? Out of all these theories, which ones have you pretty much just concluded that are not possible, or are at least on like the lowest of the list of possibility? So I forget exactly what he said. I think he said exploding Mike. He's basically ruled that out, right? He's ruled out a shooter from a different location. So anywhere other than the Losi Center roof, I believe, is what he said. He's ruled that out. And he's also ruled out the 30-06. Okay, first question. How many other ways could Charlie have been unalived? For one. For two, what expertise did you listen to that you would rule those out, but things like maybe he was electrocuted? Like, how is that one not been ruled out? How is that still a possibility? So, like, just his answer to that. Oh yeah, he did rule the drones out too. You are correct. So just his answer to that, it was like, okay, right on. That tracks. That tracks. So we have electrocution left, and maybe he was, what was it, unalived with the seatbelt in the car, in the SUV. Like, really? He's not ruled. Now, I thought I could have swore he put like the exploding mic in the same category as the drones and the other shooter on the roof. I could be mistaken. But either way, like, what experts are you talking to that were like, absolutely no shot he was shot from a bullet, right? But maybe it was exploding mic, or maybe it was electrocution. Like, I feel like for him, a better answer would have just been, I haven't really ruled anything out necessarily. I feel like that would have been the better answer. At least that you could make the argument that he's being consistent, I suppose, if that would have been his answer. But he has evidence that would change the whole thing. Yeah, I know. Super secret information that they can't reveal. Guys, I've got some super secret information as well. And I'm never going to tell you. Ever. Well, maybe. If you keep tuning in, maybe I will. Maybe I will.
A woman.
Oh.
You know, I've always trusted the science. I thought I was a man my entire life, but you know, after further review, I strong look at my
what
my
is he?
personal
What are we talking?
preferences.
Oh, the WNBA stuff. The WNBA stuff. Who else is live right now? Is Artie running? Isn't he over on Paramount's show today? Is he what? Is he not live? Oh, Artie's slacking over there. Artie's slacking over there. Well, don't tell me. Don't tell. Oh, yeah, I'm never going to tell. I'm going to take it to the grave. All of the super secret information that I have about who unalived Charlie Kirk. Going to the grave. I can't burn my sources, guys. Can't burn them. I'm a investigative journalist. Don't you know? Sorry, I have, of course, I have employees texting me with issues at the moment. Of course that's happening right now. Of course it is. Because why wouldn't it happen right now? Going live now? What time is it?
Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, there he is.
But I don't
know. You guys
know.
were right. Oh.
I guess Joe just thought it wasn't worth his time to actually look into it. It's a shame. It's definitely a shame. A little bit of a disappointment. Maybe we'll be able to touch on that later after this debate. But how's everyone doing? How's everybody doing today? I'm going to pull up. I don't even have the stream pulled up right now. That's, here we go. I'll probably have to mute that. There we go. All righty. How's everybody doing today? Glad to see everybody here. We have Rachel Wellington in here, and Erica. We've got Prissy Chrissy. We've got Bumps Johnson, Mina Jelena, Moonphase Gazing, all you guys. Thank y'all so much for joining today. Y'all are absolutely amazing. So, are we ready to get this show on the road? Just fair warning, If there is going to be any foul language, most likely it actually probably will come from Andrew Wilson. So, just be prepared. I don't know if we're going to be able to be quick on the trigger to. Actually, we won't be. It's all going to be live. So whatever happens, happens, guys.
Oh, it's
But
fine.
it's gonna be
a little bit of
blast.
foul language never
Absolutely,
hurt
Tom.
anybody.
I agree with you. I think we're going to have a great time today. Absolutely. Has anybody seen anything crazy before we get the show on the road? I'm going to hang this guitar up real quick because there's the symmetry is bothering me. Oh. Can't have that, right? There we are. Okay. Fantastic. Oh, you're here for the foul language? I think you came to the wrong channel. No, maybe. Oh, we'll have to get Gary.
So about telling George Santos to shut the fuck up. Well, for
maybe
one, I didn't know that was George Santos when I did that. What was even going on? I forget. Oh, that's right. He started saying some dumb shit because Eclectic had an opinion about, what was it, data centers? And because of Eclectic's opinion, all of a sudden, you sound like you're taking money from China to spread propaganda in a fucking like, I didn't realize that was George Santos talking. I was gaming and like listening to the space at the same time, and then I just heard that dumb shit come out of that dude's mouth. So I had been hearing a lot of dumb shit happening in that space. So this was like building, right? And then I was in the middle of a load screen. I was like, man, fuck this guy. So I just hopped in and just was like, shut the fuck up. Everybody's an op. Everybody's paid. China, Russia, Israel, everybody's paid. And then somebody told me that was Ben. I think Ben hit me up and was like, bro, I can't believe you just told George Santos to shut the fuck up. And I was like, well, didn't, I mean, I don't care, but I think it's funnier that I didn't know. Think it's funnier that I didn't know. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You never know what's going to happen in those spaces. You never know. And apparently you just never know who's going to pop in. I'm not sure why George Santos was. What was the title of that space? Like of all, yeah, Santos was he's the gay one that like, I don't know. Didn't he go to jail? And then I think he got pardoned or something. I forget. I don't know. I don't remember the specifics. I don't know the specifics. When is this thing? We still got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Shouldn't live in fear? What? How many cigarettes has Andrew chain smoked in the last hour? I say 7. It was on Riz's space? Was it? Oh, that's right. It was Sunday. That's right.
Much as you are, which means nothing.
Everybody saw that this was initially set for 10 a.m. Eastern time, right? Y'all saw that? Apparently, CJ said that he let me know. I don't know. But I didn't see it till this morning. Like, how did they know it said 11 a.m.? No, it didn't. It did not. It initially said 10 a.m. Eastern time. It was on the Patrick Bet David flyer that he put out. I'm not getting it into, no. Listen, people say dumb shit on the internet. I'm going to have an opinion about dumb shit being said on the internet. Not my fault. Not my fault. And you know I'm right. You know I'm right with that tweet I made about Misfit. Everybody knows I'm right. They just don't like Andrew because Andrew anti-Israel. And it's Andrew's fault that Candace is getting all of this attention, and Misfit Patriot's so good because he made Candace look stupid for free and didn't have to pay her $300K. Like, how about just shut the fuck up? Not going to change anybody's mind. No, we didn't really have a kerfluffle. He just put out a tweet I didn't agree with, and then just made the point that I bet if it was Andrew or if it was Ben Shapiro in this situation and not Andrew Wilson, that his tweet probably would have just looked a little different. And then he hit me back with Ben, I think he even fucking tagged Ben Shapiro in it, but he's like, Ben Shapiro wouldn't have been stupid enough to pay her $300,000 because he's a Jew and Jews are smart with money. And it's like, so I kind of assumed that's what he would come back with if he saw my post to begin with. So guys, I already had the response loaded up in the chamber. You know what I mean? I already had the response loaded up. This is chess. You know what I'm saying? Playing a little bit of chess here. So it's like, yeah, you're going to come at me with Ben not stupid. Ben wouldn't have paid $300K. Yeah, Ben paid Candace a whole lot more than $300,000 and increased her platform quite a bit. Put her on one of the biggest platforms at the time. So maybe the Jews aren't all that smart with money sometimes. Maybe Ben's not real happy about his return on investment there with Candace Owens. So, I mean, it was kind of an easy layup. Oh, kind of an easy layup. Bit of a mic drop for me, I will say. Don't mean to boast too much, but I'll boast a little bit. But no, like, just, like, really? Andrew Wilson's catching fucking, like, I guarantee you this is probably the most amount of, like, social media attack crap that Andrew Wilson has caught ever. And that's saying a lot considering how much he's been debating left-hard psychopaths. So we finally have a dude who's going to be able to, in front of the most viewers possible, make her look as stupid as she is, and you guys are going to fucking talk shit about him? Like, get the fuck out of here. Make your other video that gets 20,000 views on Twitter, bro. About how stupid Candace is. You know what I mean? Like, good for you. Cool. You and everybody else is doing that. Awesome. Got 3 minutes, guys. Under 3 minutes. Under 3. No, Misfits of, I mean, whatever. I don't really, whatever. Whatever. I just remember him going and trying to debate Jay Dyer and then getting so curb stomped that he had to, like, somehow twist it and be like, oh, I trolled him. Ha ha. It was a troll. Yeah, sure was. Sure was. You know, it's hard out here for a Jew. You know, it's hard out here for a Jew. I think, so this right here, Mama Owlbear, I think it was pretty telling just how much of an attack Andrew got. Like, literally everybody on the Candatard side Like, that's all they were posting about. That's all they were doing content about. All week was Andrew Wilson digging up as much dirt as they could find, any little thing they could find. It's like, are you guys worried? Are you concerned that things may not go well for Candace Owens, to where everybody's got to try to poison the well as much as possible before the debate happens? Like, I thought that was pretty telling. They were so confident in Candace and that everything Candace is doing and saying is correct. There'd be no need to go at Andrew Wilson the way that they did. There would be absolutely no need. So, and I mean, most of them have pretty much all but like admitted that this is probably not going to look good for Candace Owens, that she's probably not going to do a very good job. You know what I mean? They'll say things like, oh, she's super sharp, right? Barron was saying that she's super sharp. I don't think that Andrew Wilson has ever debated somebody of this caliber, but then goes on to be like, well, she shouldn't have done this because she should have done it this way. Like, can't you guys just talk about how confident you are in your girl here? Well, the bigger that, yeah, but they're competing for clout, right? So that's going to happen, I roll. Like, there's going to be quite a bit of infighting, especially as this continues to go on, because they're all competing for clout. They're not, you know what I mean? There's a few that are kind of working together, but for the most part, they're competing for viewership and super chat dollars. So there's going to be infighting. 100%. And a lot of these people, just like Candace Owens did, on her way up, they will step on whoever they need to get ahead of them. Yeah, I seen that. I think JD DeLay got into that too. Like, I won't debate you, but we could fight, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here. You want me to go to Crowder really? Isn't he on Rumble? Then I got to pull Rumble up, or is he doing YouTube too?
Behind this.
I don't
Do you think
Tyler Robinson was there.
You don't think he was there?
No. I think he's a total patsy. I think they get lookalikes and they got everybody wearing the same outfit.
So, a lookalike from the French Foreign Legion or the Mormon communist gays?
Dude, no. What is this shit?
Shot Charlie Kirk. I would be a Mormon communist cult. And why would he need to train with any of them, for which there's been no evidence provided, if goalposts move, we go to the final one? Well, why would it matter? Why would it need to be trained? Because Robinson was never on campus at all to begin with. He was purely the patsy. That is the claim that Candace made, which was, of course, summarily disproven here.
Who do you think is behind this?
I don't think Tyler Robinson was there.
You don't think he was there?
No. I think he's a total patsy. I think they get lookalikes and they got everybody wearing the same outfit.
Okay, what did you guys want me to? What was I supposed to see on Crowder? Other than here's the preview. Oh, we're switching over to Rumble now. Why would you make me do that? I feel like I just got punked. What do you mean it's still on YouTube?
They're not gay, though.
Let's hold it right there for a second. So this is significant, right? He shows up early in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, and is sort of scouting the place out.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building, almost the top center of the image.
What are we seeing now?
Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area, and then moving away towards Campus Drive.
Okay, so we've walked through Egyptian planes, obviously incorrect. She never explained it. French Foreign Legion, obviously there was no evidence. She's never explained it. Mormon Beehive Cult, never explained it. He was never on campus. All of his images, I believe she explained that. Well, no, clearly that's not him because it's the wrong height. All right, here's the one thing I will say. Like I said, I accepted the debate a long time ago for several reasons. And I knew that she wouldn't do it. I'm very surprised that she's doing it right now. Hats off to her for doing it. I mean, she gets a nice payday. Doesn't really matter when your husband is a heir to the House of Lords. But here's one thing I will say. Whether Candace gets information correct or incorrect, we all make mistakes. She has no problem, and I can prove this. She has no problem flat out lying for clicks. And I mean,
yeah, the whole thing with those guys, like, they're still is stupid. It's like,
because
okay, cool, you beat me up. Guess what? You're still wrong.
That would have
like,
cost me
do you
millions
feel
of
better about
dollars
being wrong now?
And my career. The Nashville Manifesto.
So I don't.
When that came out.
I never understood that.
From someone who has
and then they'll argue,
remain
they'll be like,
anonymous.
he degrades women. He's mean to whores. He's degrading them, as they've been just shitting all over Erica Kirk for 11 months, calling her C word. Like are we fucking kidding right now?
Period of time. Candace made this claim.
He says bad thing to women. Protect women.
Scoop, our actual pages from the Nashville Journal, Audrey Hale.
Like they just no consistency whatsoever with a lot of them.
And Audrey Hale, in fact, didn't hate Christians, crackers, wasn't a radicalized trans person, just like Tyler Robinson isn't. She was actually sexually assaulted by her father, who, by the way, is a real person. Keep that in mind.
I'm going to say allegedly a lot because it's important for you guys to also understand that I physically did not see these documents, but I trust the person who did physically see these documents, or else I would not be reporting this to you. Now, the police collected a lot of inventory, a lot of property from Audrey Hale. I'm just going to remind you guys, this is just a few pages of some of the stuff that they collected, 7 journals, 1 journal. You see, I'm showing you this list of the inventory seized, 11 home videos, bags with Target empty ammos, 2 journals, a suicide note, passwords on...
Right, well, and these guys act like not every dude in the country could just go out and get testosterone right now and hit the gym for 6 months. You know what I mean? Like, almost every dude, if they wanted to, it's not difficult at all. You could go TRT, shit, you could go get trends. It's really not hard to get, and look just like them in 6 months or a year or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm over exaggerating a little bit, but like, guess what? You're still going to be stupid in the morning. Sorry.
Genderism.
Okay, now here's the truth.
You're still going to be
also
wrong.
claimed in that clip, I'm glad that I did my due diligence.
I do estrogen based.
There is no mention whatsoever. There is no evidence whatsoever of Hale having been sexually assaulted or abused. As far as we know, it was completely, totally fabricated, but Candace moved on once.
Yeah, I've got too much test. I got to take estrogen to like balance that shit out.
It's from the FBI. Though, don't forget, also subpoenaed by the ATF. I'm a Fed from Candace. Here's the other claim that she made, and I can prove to you that she said that the Nashville PD sold...
shit. All right. Sorry, Crucible chat. You got to go to the wayside here. What is this shit? All right, guys. I don't know how much input I'm going to be giving. I mean, I'm sure I'll have a comment, right, every once in a while, but I'm guessing there's not going to be too many like talk breaks between these two. So we'll see how this goes. Little Rebel yell. Last night with the He-Man Woman Haters Club was a hoot. Woman's Haters Club. They're going to be crushed when Candace bombs. There's going to be a lot of cope. It's going to be a lot of cope. You know what I mean? Here's the deal. It's not going to be difficult for them, right? Because I'm sure there's going to be moments during this debate where Candace does pretty well in an argument, or she'll present something. She may get Andrew caught up in something. So all they're going to do is just clip that and just flood the fucking zone with it. You know what I mean? For the most part, I think everybody's pretty correct in assuming that this isn't going to change anybody's minds. And that it's just going to end up being a clip war once it's all said and done. Anybody who's a Canatard, regardless, I mean, unless Candace just completely shits the bed, they're going to say Candace won the debate, obviously. Everybody on against Candace is going to say that Andrew won the debate. Maybe. But for the most part, it's not going to change minds. And it doesn't matter. I don't think anybody wanted this thing to happen because they thought it was going to change minds. I just wanted to see Candace get some legitimate pushback and watch her try to defend the shit that she's been spewing for 11 months. And I'm not talking about the questions. Nobody gives a shit about the questions. You know what I mean? Everybody hates the accusations with no evidence. CJ, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I'm not expecting too many debates on X Spaces about who won. Andrew Wilson and Stu Peters, there wasn't a lot of X Space debate that I can recall about who won or who lost. Everybody just was like, Stu Peters whipped his ass. He did so good, not arguing any points at all. Duke coming in with a prediction here. She's going to deflect and try not to answer any direct questions from Andrew. I don't know if her ego will allow her to do what Stu Peters did. Candace, more than anything, I believe, wants to be right. So I see her trying to argue, actually trying to defend and argue points, not trying to deflect. She's going to want to prove something. She's just that way. From everything everything that I've seen and know about Candace Owens, I don't see her doing a Stu Peters. I really don't. I could be wrong. I totally could be wrong here. So that's just my prediction. I think her ego is way too big to do it that way. When does it start? 10 minutes ago. She gets an earpiece? I wouldn't count on that happening. I would not count on Andrew dropping all of the emails between them. That's what Ivy Rose just said Mr. E said. I hope Andrew wears a maroon shirt. Maybe there's a fight going on in her basement between camps as we speak. I doubt it. I'm sure they're just double checking and triple checking production, audio volumes, mics, things like that. I'm curious to see how the production is going to be for this. Like, is you know what I mean? Is there multiple cameras? I don't know if you guys ever saw, because if PBD's involved in like the production in any way, I think the production's going to look pretty decent. Be cool if it started. Can't. That's all right. He'll just be double lipping Alps. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. They got those 12 milligram ones out now, so he should be good. PBD better do a proper job of moderating. I think PBD will do a good job. I really do. Why do it this early? I'm supposed to be paying attention at work. So yeah, I don't know why they did it this early. The only thing I can think of is that this was the soonest time that Patrick Bet-David could make this work. That would be my guess if I had to speculate. I would say it had a lot to do with Patrick Bet-David. No, it hasn't started yet, Mike, and I get it. Just tell the customers to come back another time. Isn't PBD Jewish? I don't think so. Adam is. I don't even know. Is he a co-host? Adam's Jewish. Yeah, you missed it. You missed it. It was bad. Candace won. It was not good, John. Well, I don't think he's Iranian. I believe he is Assyrian. Marlboro Light. Yeah, I seen that, dude. I think Joe Rogan was just doing a little bit of damage control there, to be honest with you. I think Rogan might just be doing a little bit of damage control. I always go through, I get curious, right? Because I have that plugin which shows like a close idea of how many downvotes YouTube videos get. So I always go back through and just try to do, or I don't always, but I do this sometimes. I just go through and do some comparisons, right? To see how audience responses affects maybe people's opinions in later on videos. And if you go and look at the Andrew Wilson video that he just recently did, and you look at the amount of downvotes in comparison to the amount of views, in comparison to the amount of upvotes, and compare those to other interviews that he's done with maybe controversial people, Andrew's downvotes in that video, obviously, surprisingly obviously, were a lot more than most of the other videos. And if you go to the comment section, it's even more apparent, right? Like, Candace Owens has built a massive online army, a massive social media army. So they are going to be, unfortunately, they are going to be able to sway the algorithm quite a bit. Rogan has always been a conspiracy nut. That's why he's friends with Eddie Bravo and Alex Jones. 100%. But Rogan has gone, like, he's changed his mind numerous times about numerous different conspiracies. So Rogan's just Joe Rogan. And I don't expect Joe Rogan to be anything other than Joe Rogan. Rogan is becoming Sean Ryan? No. The cult of community notes? Yes, the cult of, but also I feel like X like loosened up their restrictions, or not their restrictions, but they're like, I don't think it's as difficult to get community noted as it used to be. And I think there's a bit of a money scam going on there with that, because I believe if a post gets community noted, then it's demonetized. That post, you can't, that post no longer partakes in the ad revenue share. So I feel like that's just a way for X to like short people on payouts by making it just a little easier to get community noted. I could be wrong. It's just a conspiracy theory I have, but this delay is so unprofessional. Yeah, I agree. They need to get their shit together. Marlboro Light. Yeah, I like Joe Rogan. I don't, he's had opinions in the past that I thought were stupid takes, like terrible takes, but he has a lot of good takes. Mr. E is probably going off. I doubt it. He's probably getting abused in a corner right now. What was the point of Andrew Wilson taking his own camera guy? This is some BS. Probably just to get raw footage to keep people honest, to keep people accountable. Mr. L today. I would have brought a couple. I'd be curious who Candace was prepping with for this debate. I'm checking back and forth between all of the main streams to see if like maybe the Crucible one is just goofy. But PBDs isn't up either. So. Rumor was Barron because he was MIA too. I mean, I would assume so, right? I would imagine he definitely helped in some way, shape, or form. But did she have people come in to do practice debates with? You know what I mean? Did she have buddy come in and try to present her the arguments and the counter arguments that Andrew might make? Because Andrew was doing that 100%. I'm sure he was at least having Rob Knorr present the conspiracy arguments and going back and forth with him. Barron was at his daughter's house. Oh, shit.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Oh, shit.
On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Oh, damn.
That was a message sent September 9th.
Yo.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson
she got some jabs
Charlie
back
Kirk
in on
and
that.
killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only,
that's crazy,
that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
No compelling.
We see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from low sea, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene. Right. That doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
well,
I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's
They just
prints
skipped over the
could be the most
explanation of
degraded, when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched.
And degradation does
to
not
get DNA
mean
degradation,
anything to do
they've
with the
looked
time
at
frame.
pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the
DNA,
claims first
not
with
prints.
debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yes.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say,
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
Who the last person was.
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes
So
out of
the
my
degradation
mouth.
proves nothing.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy,
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family.
No, it's DNA. I don't know why they're saying prints.
Like I said,
the
we're not just
degradation
dreaming.
was the DNA, right?
And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if
Okay,
I can't get to the end of the
I'll
sentence?
wait patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything.
He wants to get her to say
But
that Lance's
could demonstrate
DNA was on
that
the
somebody
rifle.
took his
They have
weapon
fact
and put it
checkers.
somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is
Here,
crazy
we
that you
can
don't
go
know
for
this.
a fact check. If
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up. so we can show it. And in the interim, is that
They
it?
need to pull up the degradation
So
explanation.
I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external
carotid,
jugular
Andrew.
veins.
What are you
The bullet
doing?
Also
Jeez.
obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been
When
hit
the
with a
bullet
projectile.
struck
We're
Mr.
not
Kirk.
disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But
to
no, but
Patsy.
your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
She's
Yeah,
spiraling.
I'm fine with your
No,
inferences.
but no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution for the sake of a preliminary
Spurg,
hearing,
yeah.
they
She's
do not
spurging.
have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no- that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of no, that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm
say,
not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making
this.
stuff up. I'm saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you
run it.
Fucking off the rails already.
I am doing
from the
exactly
inference.
what the state did. I am
Okay.
looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what
didn't
I'm
take
saying,
long.
even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You
inference.
just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire
No,
he-
PBD needs to
preliminary
stop
hearing that
it
you just saw
and
was on
get
the
the
basis
argument
of
back
reliable
on so
hearsay.
she
And what
knows
that
what
means
it is that she's trying to
essentially is
argue.
the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick
'Cause
told
she's
me
strawmanning his
that
argument
he
and
did this
just
on Monday.
running her
Patrick's
counter
not here,
to a straw man argument.
and
It's
that
not even
is-
the argument he's
they
making.
can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that
She
Tyler
just keeps
Robinson
saying the
was
same
set up.
shit.
That
There's-
doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in contention.
Dude,
That's
PBD
not a
needs
point
to
in
cut
contention.
this.
That's
that
the
is-
point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
Get the
to-
argument
point in
correct here.
contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he
Great,
is
but we're
describing
asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
so what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept
talking about
your
inference
that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to
I got to be honest, I didn't think this was going to derail this quickly.
It shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based on
now they
the
need
facts,
to pull up
okay?
degradation.
It is
They need to pull that up.
That
explanation.
somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Yes.
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your
wow.
whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
She knows
white guy
what was
coming up the
happening
steps
there.
That could literally
That's
be
why
anyone.
she's just spurred out.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you
Guys,
named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most. I thought.
I don't know why these
most
people think that if they
absurd testimony I've
stop
ever heard.
talking, it
And
means
pardon me, it was
losing.
actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt?
She's got to flood
And
the
he
zone.
said,
Now she's just going to flood the
they're wearing
zone.
the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh wow, what a scientific! They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses.
Well, Andrew's not
That
going
was
to
what he
interrupt
said.
her.
That's what
He's
flew
going to
on
let
his
her.
head.
But I still don't understand how that would be
Just
absurd.
going to let her
So
keep
somebody-
digging a
absurd
hole.
thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
But
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
any
tweets.
Okay, cool. Just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I just say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing. And then said, based on that, it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but back
saying
to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally your
That's
debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
But not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of
I can't
the
blame him.
testimony?
No, I never asked you why.
This is generally what
I'm
happens
making
when somebody
inferences.
just
I asked
fucking
you
rambles
how, with the inference
incoherently.
you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it,
think
if you
that's
By the
have
not
it,
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see
some
me in the staircase?
he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry,
there's
The parents
hang on.
identified
So
him,
there's
which is why he
there's
turned himself
multiple
in.
reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
Sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he
texting.
didn't tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's
okay.
what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing
also
out the
says
absurdity.
these two
he
definitely
wears
look like Tyler.
Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well.
Thought Candace was the investigator here. What is this Smokey man doing? How does he know more about this than she does?
Wait,
how does Smokey man
that are not hearsay? A statement.
The Army sniper know more about this than the investigator.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay. Yeah,
the
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not
Destiny's
backtracking
a tough
on that
opponent.
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So,
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay. under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just
the fact that it's hearsay doesn't automatically exclude it during a trial.
His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we know?
Thank you for the super chat, John. Andrew is going to get his full money's worth.
Or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be. From my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys.
Okay, we're not going to listen to the ads. I will keep them up, but I will keep the volume down or off, right? So what are we thinking so far, guys? What are we thinking? I just want to go back over and cover John here quick. Again, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. What are we thinking so far? She's cooked. She's just talking nonsense. Spurg. What happened to the stream? They're taking an ad break, if that's what you mean. He's kicking her ass. He's barely even doing anything. He's just letting her kick her own ass. She's just shitting all over herself. Just straw manning, like, not good. Not good. How is it that Candace Owens has been covering this daily for 11 months, doing the bulk of the investigation, and she doesn't remember the tweet from Tyler Robinson to Lance saying that you will see me in the security photos? The investigator, guys, missed that. But Smokey Man knows that. I really wish they would have fucking fact-checked the explanation of degradation that they gave during the preliminary hearing about the fact that you cannot conclude anything from degradation whatsoever. You cannot use that to make a conclusion that he was the most recent person to touch it, or that he hadn't touched it for years and years and years, or that multiple other people have touched it since he last touched it. Why did they not do a fact check and bring up that? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure I remember that from the preliminary hearing, that they cannot make conclusions based off of degradation because there are many different reasons as to why DNA could be degraded. I don't want to say that fucking word anymore. How is that not a fact check? What are these fact checkers doing? I mean, granted, like, it's not degraded, right? It's not a huge issue, but that's a pretty easy, like, jab, I think, that he could have pulled on her. Right. Too many variables. You cannot make any conclusions from the amount that DNA is degraded whatsoever. It's not proof of anything or evidence of anything other than the fact that it's degraded. Charlie said she was a good debater. Listen, I think for the most part, when the facts are on your side, like, let's be real, guys, the position she is taking is the harder position to debate. Let's be real. The hard position in this debate is that there's a conspiracy and there's a ton of evidence that shows there's a conspiracy. That's a pretty tough fucking position. So she very well could be a decent debater when she's taking the easier position and has the most amount of facts on her side. But I would argue that most people who speak for a living or do some debates from time to time would look like good debaters when they're on the easier position with much more facts to back up their arguments. Or she just could have been a bad. I'm trying to be charitable. And PBD, as a debate moderator, when, like, if PBD is fucking paying attention and listening, he would have understood immediately that she was straw manning his argument and then just let her spurg out on this argument that Andrew never even made. Like, as a moderator, he's supposed to be paying attention to that, picking up on that cue, and then getting the debate back on track by going, no, listen, we need clarification on the argument. Sounds to me like you're straw manning it. If you're going to, we need you to steel man it at the very least. So let's let Andrew say what his argument was again so we can get clarification and make sure that you're trying to counter the correct argument. And he just let her go. It would appear that he might have been zoning out, just like, holy shit. I can't really hold it against him too much. I understand why he would be zoning out. Well, I don't know. Like, I thought he did a pretty good job. I think for the most part, what he's going to be doing is sort of like trying to keep the peace, right? Sort of keep everybody from getting too hostile. But from a debate standpoint, I don't know how much experience he has with debate. So, Coach OG, happy you're streaming this. Let me know before you take another 2-week break. Thank you for the $5 super chats. I don't know when I'm going to take breaks. So it would be hard for me to, like, let you know, but I'll try. I will try. PBD is letting her ramble. And I'm not sure what was discussed ahead of time. You know what I mean? I don't know what the discussion was between. It very well could have been like, listen, if she goes on a ramble, PBD, like, I will give you, if I think that this needs to be cut or I want to get my point across, or like I feel like Andrew's going to be okay with letting her just ramble, because the more she does that, if you'll notice, he was a little, I mean, you could tell he's nervous, right? During his opening, he was pretty nervous. He was pretty shaky. I don't blame him. I'm assuming they're both nervous. They're human beings. There's no way that they're not nervous. As this has gone on, as you've seen, Andrew looks more and more relaxed as she continues to just bury herself. It's making his job easy. He's chilling, sitting back. He's got his hand up, kind of smiling, nodding. He's just going to continue to get more and more comfortable as this goes on, because I did not expect her to crash out that fast, that soon on in the debate. I would have assumed that she would have had, like, pretty good arguments right away in the beginning. And then as the debate went on, as they got more into the weeds in this thing, that then she would have started to spurg and kind of, I'm actually shocked that she lost it this early on. Not a good look. Am I kidding about what? I'm just telling you what I see from watching so many debates over the years. You might be talking to somebody else in the chat. Yeah, of course her cult is going to say dumb shit. Who gives a shit? They're retarded. They have no idea how debates work. None whatsoever. They don't even understand the point of debates. They have no clue. Someone said this is a bet on Polymarket. I don't even know how they would necessarily feel like that would be. I'd be cute. I'm not going to look up Polymarket. Not going to do it. Andrew's going to need a mega pint of wine. I see somebody else up here say something about a Freudian slip. Amber Wilson. Yeah, the cope is going to be, I mean, they're just, nobody's going to be surprised. Nobody's going to be surprised. I don't know so far what clip they would have to spread around that would show that, oh, she bodied Andrew. There's still time. There's still time. Okay, we're back.
We're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent they're watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button.
To be fair, she's given more arguments than Stu Peters did.
I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream
they're going to get
media
into the text message.
Hates the fact that we're having these conversations
destroy
right now.
her.
Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation.
She's not even doing a good job.
Let's stay, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted. Because they did not
they would have
receive discovery
immediately done that if they had evidence they were fraudulent.
Why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial.
What is
right?
she talking
so forget
about?
Just the general sense that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense, and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. it felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
but do you see how
fascists.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way.
What does this have to do with the text
Another
messages?
element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? You switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance. Parking that aside. Parking aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend.
These points work on her stupid audience.
That discovery was
they
not
do
met
not
by the time we got to
translate well in
preliminary
debates
hearing.
at all.
I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text a,
No,
it's such a confession. Like we've never seen it. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. You know, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said it says the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
confronted him?
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I did. But we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents...
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point
he's
is
talking
that
about the parents.
We
Why
now
wouldn't the
have got
parents
the
correct
preliminary
it?
hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, "I'm turning my son in because he's guilty,"
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference.
Please, there was no peer pressure.
They know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door.
Nope.
He was a undercover cop,
Not
which
what
I
he
don't
said.
like that. I don't know what he did
Wasn't an
undercover. It's
undercover.
very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Okay,
we
Andrew's
don't
got
know
to
that
start
the parents
getting aggressive.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never
well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as
He's gotta
having
start
said,
pushing back
you
on
said
some of
that
this.
Matt Robinson said that his kid was, did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the if
A
you're
thing
okay with
not-
that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have
And
to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check. That was
So
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid
was in any way, shape, or form going to be up. You couldn't shut me up.
And they were
my
lying
wife, she would be like,
about
that's
me
not true.
talking
That's
to 'em
ridiculous. There's no
and
possible.
turning
that
him in?
never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your
They're not
son
in a
is
gag.
up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would
I mean,
happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not,
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
Thank you for
violating
that
it with
monster
them.
super chat,
I didn't-
Crashman.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
Adri, thank you for the super
well,
chat.
it's him
parents.
saying the
Supporting
parents
the
told me this.
channel,
The
I
parents could
appreciate it.
dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would
and
also
get
be
the
a
guy
good
on your
time
side.
for the
They would
defense
save
to
it
say
for the
this is
trial.
totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
no, they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney,
So she's
they
just
said that's
there's
exactly
so
if
much
you had
bullshit.
actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and
Because
this is what
he's
was
letting her
widely
just
misinterpreted.
spew
yeah, they're
all
engaging
kinds of
as
wrong
though,
shit.
as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is
Thank you for the
ridiculous.
super chat,
They would
Zoe.
be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what? Sorry.
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong
agree.
evidence,
What?
right? this is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe, because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I am saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't lecture you.
This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you had a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
He needs to clarify.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure.
She's going to cut him off on this.
When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oh,
they did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a
to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into
I,
the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental
Nope, she's gotta cut it off.
conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else.
This
And
is
I
gonna
do
get
still want to
interesting.
hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had
Jay
the most
Dyer
degraded
was talking
prints
mad
I don't
shit
know. Okay,
about Candace
there-
yesterday in
then
his live stream.
There lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody
Short bus
watching,
shouty.
nobody's
just
giving.
you're conceding.
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing,
what the fuck was that?
almost the
PBD?
inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow.
But Candace, isn't that what the
Lance
trial is for?
Suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use
Can't you
immunity
wait for
that
trial
was given
like
to Lance by
everybody
the feds,
else?
the feds didn't ask him any questions. The fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person.
We were just
that I
about
would
to get
imagine be involved
to
in some
Andrew
stuff,
challenging her
allegedly,
on
I'll say
claims,
allegedly.
and PBD fucking interjects
But,
this. What would you
when we
need
got to the preliminary
see
hearing,
to be
there was
convinced?
not a single piece of evidence
What is
that I
this
felt was slam
shit?
dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say
So what does she need to see?
We're handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI.
So what would she
and then
need to see?
She gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team.
Flooding the zone.
But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately
Andrew's
returned
whole
to
point
Erica.
of
That's absurd.
doing this
That is
is
absurd.
to
Everything should be in evidence.
confront
when you
her on
learn
her
that the
claims.
car that they carried Charlie
Doesn't
in to go to
surprise
the
me at all that
hospital,
he's been
they had
incredibly
immediately
patient and
towed,
incredibly
cleaned,
charitable
and
up to this
back
point.
up for resale.
Because I think his
That's
whole
absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police
focus
officer that you
is
speak
going
to
to
will
be
say,
to
or a
destroy
person that's
her
been
on
involved
that.
in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad
Why
for
should
her,
it be in
I think
evidence?
she should have,
Why?
Have it, and it's sweet.
Why is it relevant?
That should be in evidence.
Why?
Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this just like the craziest thing ever? This like defies common sense. You immediately,
No
when you heard
arguments.
the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And
why?
he tells us
Why
the
is
call
it
came
weird?
from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds
They
true
released
because we
the
heard
crime
during the
scene.
testimony.
UVU can do with it what they
one
please.
person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think.
Did she answer the question?
For. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence?
Can she cite
until we
another
know more,
example
until
where they
we're
kept the crime
confident,
scene for months and months and
various
months?
Decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
in a scenario where somebody was
so
shot
go
like
back
this?
to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on
Right.
campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically
Nothing
get
but
no
hearsay,
case.
which isn't
What?
true.
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One
but,
clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you?
That was kind of based
the
by PBD.
oppositional is true,
Patsy.
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I
a
don't-
good.
I don't disagree
just
with that.
a
We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
What? I thought you were doing an
just to,
investigation.
qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you.
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see
Oh,
for you
she
to
was
say,
just on
yeah,
Sean
this guy
Ryan
was a
saying that he
patsy?
wasn't even there that day?
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, you know, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an
before we
ad
come
break.
back?
I told you,
And then
he
we'll
was
talk
letting her
Erica
just
Kirk
go.
and
He's being
TPUSA.
very charitable
And
because he's
and
going
the
to
conspiracies that have been conjectured
destroy
by
her.
Candace Owens in regards to this case and the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right.
All right, let's get. That's what I think. Just my opinion. I think he was letting her go. He was being incredibly charitable to her when he's basically on the defense, trying to defend his position of why it is that he thinks the state's case is the most compelling as to what actually happened. Being charitable, letting her ramble, just letting her go off, not pushing back a lot, not interjecting a lot, giving her or making her feel comfortable, I believe, just so that he can get to what he wants to do, which is challenge her on her claims. And I'm guessing the fact checker people, whoever his team is, that's what they have been sitting on and what they have pulled up is all of the claims that she's made. And I think he's going to, this is everything Andrew wants to do coming up right now. Go back to Crashman's $50 super chat. Tyler only meant to send one text to Lance. I love you, moi, at 4:22 p.m. He fucked up in trying to cancel the auto text he had set up. I tried to delete that. Lance asks all the revealing questions. Tyler only focuses on gun. Her position will end up being, nuh-uh. I never said that. Oh, here's the video of you saying exactly that. But that's not what I meant. It'll be shit like that. If it's possible to hold a physical location, they sometimes will, like in the Idaho 4 case, they were able to seal and hold that. It's a college campus. Like, I don't know. Here's my issue, right? They talk like there's like this some giant crime scene. Guys, they have multiple videos of what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like there are multiple videos of what happened that day. What's the crime scene? The rooftop, right? The area where Charlie was, maybe that back area. What would have taken them longer than 3 days to investigate on that crime scene where they would need to have that space locked down for, I don't know, 11 months, 12 months, a year, whatever it is that they expect in this case. They're going to be taking all kinds of photographs that, like, this is what the investigators do, like the real investigators, not the internet sleuths. So they haven't really given me, the people that I've talked to, much of an argument as to why that would have needed to have been locked down and secured for longer than the time that it was. And once it's released, that crime scene goes back to whoever's property that is. It is now their responsibility to do the cleanup and whatever it is that they choose to do with their property. So what would they be covering up? What would pulling up that dirt and putting pavers down, what would that cover up? Explosive residue? You think they would need to do all of that to cover up explosive residue? That's a stupid argument. So what else would that be covering up? Well, we don't know because they covered it up. Okay, cool. So you don't know. Just they covered up, then that's it. Mike Klikovich, thank you for the $10 super chat. People are used to the clips and don't realize this is actually how he debates. Let them wear themselves out and then ask pointed questions to catch the contradictions. Too much talk digs a deep hole. Correct. If your opponent in a debate is burying themselves, you don't interrupt them. You let them continue to bury themselves. You let them continue to spit false information and lie. You just let them go. Not to mention, especially if it's during a portion of a debate that you don't even really care about. That's not your main contention in the debate. Whatever. Go ahead. However, when it's my time, I am going to press and you are going to answer my fucking questions. The trapdoor. The trapdoor. That loser Joe Kent is live on Jimmy Dore discussing Israel's involvement in... Yeah, whatever. That's fine. That's fine. I'm sure he's got all... With what? Joe Kent has said multiple times he doesn't know. He has no evidence. All he says is that there were potentially leads that he didn't get to investigate. And he doesn't believe that they were investigated, but he can't say for sure. And I'm not saying that he's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's all he said. I don't know how, unless he's saying something completely different now, but yeah, she said Israel a few times, or like in the beginning-ish. It wasn't his job anyway. When it came to potential foreign stuff, I thought maybe that was sort of what was kind of in his purview. Right. It was her time to internally critique his position. She wasted it prattling on about conjecture. Yeah, she wasted a lot of valuable time. And she, like, again, I don't know why it seems to be this way in a lot of debate, but people get this mentality like, if I'm talking more, that means I'm winning. And that's not the fucking case at all. And she seems to have that mentality. Like, well, if I'm doing more of the talking, that means I'm doing more of the winning. I love that Candace said, I'm not speaking to a source. I'd call that a Freudian slip. Coach OG with another $5 donation. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the super chat, guys. I really appreciate it. And the gifted memberships for sure. Pretty crazy. Riz, you got to calm down. He's not a woman. He's playing a game. He hasn't pushed back against anything. He's here to challenge her on her claims. That's all I'm telling you. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's all Andrew gives a shit about, is challenging her on her claims and exposing her bullshit. She tried, like, it's surprising because it seems like her goal there was maybe to try to get him to defend the state's position. She did most of the talking. That was dumb. I don't know why she didn't shut up and let him try to defend the state's position more. And then when PBD asks, what would you need to see that would maybe convince you more that Tyler Robinson is the one who did this? He didn't even answer her question the first time he asked it. She just rambled on for 5 minutes. So much so that PBD was like, okay, but what would you need to see to convince you? He had to ask her again because she just fucking gish galloped a bunch of nonsense. Well, these are all the problems that I have. It's not what he asked you. And Andrew looks like, from optics, him remaining calm and being charitable is a better look. If he just cut her off every 5 times she tried to make a point, you know what I'm saying? They're just going to spurg out and be like, he's not even letting her talk. He's not even letting her talk. He's letting her talk all kinds. And another fun part is going to be the aftermath of this, because you're going to have all of the fact checkers on the internet waiting for all of the lies that Candace Owens spewed in this. And you're going to see clip after clip after clip of shit she lied about. It's another W for just letting her talk. I mean, he definitely, he got a little bit of a jab in right away in the opening. But other than that, not really. I just seen this. CJ told me to say it. Take it up with CJ. His fault. They're already doing it. That doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. He's actually going this is a very different, he's not even matching her energy. He's just sitting back, letting her run. No, of course not. How does degraded DNA lead to Patsy? Nothing. Yeah, I don't know if Andrew cares much about that, though, to be honest with you. He can't. He is attacking a pregnant woman. It doesn't matter. They're going to spin shit anyway. I don't know if he actually cares about that. Like I said, my opinion, he just wants to get to him challenging her on her claims. Because that's where he's going to absolutely destroy her. So he's just going to play nice the whole time until he can get to that. And I'm wondering if that isn't what this extended 3.5 minute break has to do with. This is a little crazy. I feel like this has definitely been longer than 3.5 minutes. Yeah, she dodged that. He should have, I feel like he should have tried to maybe get back to that point once, or at least once or twice more, but it is what it is. She's backing out. She's dipped. I'm done. I'm done with this. There's no way, right? Like, that would look so bad for her. Do you have evidence for it being longer than 3.5 minutes? That doesn't feel right to me. That's not.
Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to
answer.
just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court
Now it's a
hearing and things
conversation.
like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about.
It's not a debate
do want to
anymore.
make
It's
it
a
clear to
conversation.
viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and
But I'm not
with
I'm
you
not
in
going to
conversation
defend.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit. If
I
you,
wanna
if I
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you
Debate
should
of
join
I'm not
Pete
deposing
McCrone's
you.
Time for her.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
because you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Oh, you went back to
We
it.
can't say that for certainty.
As
He
far as
went
you
back
know.
to it.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like
shit.
you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say,
Oh, wow.
you're just going to come
Go
against
police.
the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why
Spurred.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
Let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the.
conversation
Let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about
What
the
up?
Foreign Legion.
Sure.
I
Was
mean,
the Foreign
not
Legion,
surprised.
do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told,
went
and I
to the
handed over that
Foreign Legion.
information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well,
It's
it
a
was
source.
told-
Positive evidence.
It's a source.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also
Yeah.
passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her.
No,
I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as
trying
I
to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes.
positions.
I
clear.
have
would it
not
be
said-
embarrassing?
Yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Oh yeah, I
I'm sorry,
fucking
I'm
knew
just
it.
saying.
They
Can I
got
finish
all the
sentence?
Go
claims
ahead.
she's made.
Can you give me
ready
the
to roll?
context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and again, I already explained this at the top of the show.
Listen, it
but
could just be a
the reason why
misspeak.
people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved.
Why can't you just
nobody
say
has
no?
made the claim.
No, I
that
don't have it.
Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could
Did
be
Joe Kent
maybe
say
they were
that?
students, and they were
Because I remember
Israeli
her
students in
saying
Utah
that. She got it from
day.
a source. Did Joe
Well, we'd
Kent
like to
actually
probe
say that, or
narrative
did
because
she
what we've
just
seen
slip that
after,
Joe
coming
Kent
from
was
the
leaking
Israeli
to her?
government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy.
I don't remember.
The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative,
Guys,
however
somebody
you
go
want to say
find
it.
that.
Positive
See if
evidence
Joe
would be
Kent has ever said that
material
publicly.
evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Well, that's
The team
interesting.
is sending messages
When?
in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you're... Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Full confidence.
They also
Involvement.
now
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over.
Oh yeah,
I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
can't probe your
evidence.
sources.
Right.
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you.
Can't
keep saying
verify that what
positive
they're
evidence.
giving you is
Just
accurate.
ask me what I think, and I just tell you. Yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No,
That's
I
full
said
confidence.
here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is
I have
involved.
full
I do.
confidence.
But that's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's
think.
with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish. Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least
That would
walk
make
me
you
through
think
the
that.
mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can
'Cause
also
here's
give you
nothing.
something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said
Wow.
that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because
Fucking
our
These
debate
are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I
do
just
is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
It
asking-
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained
She's
to you in the middle, and now you're
Stu-petering
wanting me to
worse than
structure the
Stu
sentence or provide
Peters
evidence. You
Stu-petered.
don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you
Holy
my thought
fuck.
process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why
Yes.
it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were
Oh, you-
involved in the
I mean,
most
she's right.
traumatic
No, they
public
probably don't.
assassination of
Don't
Gen
care.
Z's
Candace said
lifetime
it.
is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
I
Of
agree.
course.
Of course.
I
Of
agree.
course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically
Wow.
coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next.
Yeah, to prove you're full of shit and to show everybody how full of shit you are.
But I would
that's
still,
the strategy.
On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher up tell you that he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that
So she didn't
Trump's
give it to
office
him?
never got back to us. It was kind of weird about
She didn't even answer
maybe
that.
Maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was
based balance,
email.
boys.
Told some,
He's
the
just
email.
asking
Yes.
questions,
Email was,
Candace.
I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
So she didn't give him the information.
And that
She just said she has
it was
it.
a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question?
Why wouldn't she
whoever's
include
the U.S.
that?
government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess.
Oh,
but even if
shit.
they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational. and
Oh,
reasonable.
shit.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
And,
Has Dan Bongino talked about this at all?
And Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
So where
I
did
do
the
as well.
because
Israel
who would
and
want
France
to make a
come into
report?
play?
Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
But
Let
when
me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards
Why
to
is
I've not seen that clip, so
PBD
I'm seeing it now.
fucking asking
The full
questions right
I'm
now?
full confidence.
What is
I believe
this
that
shit?
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe that there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say,
PBD needs to
I
moderate
think
the
what
debate,
probably
not
adds
have
weight
his
is
own
like then
separate
when I drop
fucking
photos
interview.
of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text
Thank you for the
message,
super
which
chat,
you
I-roll.
just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and
By
dreams,
showing
and that's
evidence
why they
of
keep
one
watching my
thing.
content, because
Therefore,
I,
everything
like,
Candace
for
says is
example, when
true.
I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that talking to PVD?
How would that
without-
legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I just
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm
You're
talking
not.
about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a
Answering
spokesperson for
questions
Turning
at
Point
all.
USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be
think
fair
I'm
with you.
ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was
actually
some
kind of a
PR there.
last-
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
I'm not going to
my podcast.
I'm not going to lie.
I think
even though she's been
firmly
lying.
That
time to pull the clips.
If I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
well, what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play.
Here's some claims.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Here we go.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and debate.
Tell me,
so
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then, again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case.
Why is she looking at PBD?
The shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Complicit
so we call her
in what?
Lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her
PBD is her
directly, her
emotional
lawyer
safe
directly,
space.
the phone's in between us.
She's looking for
I'm
help.
like, wait, so just so I'm clear.
Or she's trying to convince
You haven't
PBD.
seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty. Like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into
ask
this,
why.
If she believes
like, don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is
that
Erica was in believing
and when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address
it's time
this,
he's
how
got
we
to start
feel about
cutting
her.
And pushing
Things changed
back,
for me when I saw that
a little
Zoom
bit more
call.
aggressively
I will
here.
tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so
what lies?
The next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go,
what lies,
any person
Andrew?
lies to you, whether
What
it's
lies?
a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and
what
Erica?
the fuck is Patrick Bet David doing?
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
What does that have to do with anything?
Engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Complicit in what?
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Complicit in
what? Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
No.
Oh, so you're allowed
Answer
to
the
just
question,
say stuff.
Candace.
Who knew?
Complicit in what?
So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
I'm not her biggest defender.
Do you think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and
it's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence that you're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization.
Well,
we're critical of Erica. And now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like Nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
want
to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new
normal. The legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
wow. Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy.
Who is the nuh-uh?
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss. Right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
Oh, shit.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified
there's always
to take over his company.
There's always
Complicit
objective
in what?
outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with the
Okay, so she's just jealous that Erica is running it.
I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after the husband was publicly
we've got to that.
assassinated,
She doesn't actually
does
believe
not
that
have
Erica
their
is
priorities
complicit in anything.
Okay,
She's just
well,
jealous.
I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to
Circle
keep
back.
answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
you haven't answered the
complicit.
complicit.
How it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that. As well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
Chicken bones.
They panicked. That was what. Then that's why
She
Terrell
just
was on the
insult
phone
Charlie
with me.
Kirk
Again, this
saying
is
he
my
has
theory,
chicken
and I am
bones?
now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clip.
Wow.
It's
out of context. Which part? What's out of context?
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
there we go.
In
what
this
a
episode,
bitch.
we are
Bitch
now
move.
going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative
It's
theories.
out of
I made it very
context,
clear
guys.
That this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because
It's
I
out
don't
of
have every episode in
context.
my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now
What was the evidence?
inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we are see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually
you know
interested
that's
in,
for
but
sure
couldn't really
shattered
wrap
Rode
my head
microphone?
around what was the shape charge explosive,
been
as I say at the
confirmed?
beginning of the episode. Like it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically,
Because I think they want to try to get to as many
directly.
claims as she's made.
But
as
that's
possible.
obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it
trying
is.
to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I
Yeah,
think
no,
that
that's
why
all you
that,
have to do.
Theory
That's-
is now starting to gain
Answer's
steam.
over. You don't have to keep
Since
talking.
we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car, I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the
shot came from,
the gun is
towards the
being
Losi.
fired. They're
It's crazy.
looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill.
Well, he's a Navy
go
SEAL, not a
on
Marine,
to-
but
I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin
Yeah,
Laden.
and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
And
he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's
I'm not.
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mhm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does
Mm-hmm.
that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great
I still
question
want to
for
know
Brock.
what
I'm going to
Erica
say
Kirk
when we
is
looked at it, it was
complicit in.
between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a
Holy
bullet is
shit.
moving in air has to move out of the way of
He's
a bullet.
lying about air
Well, maybe
displacement.
not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
That was
You
a
can
re-
fact check
it's
it.
complete.
That was a
Your
retarded
shirt-
fucking response.
not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
okay,
shirt.
A bullet it's this big, and you're telling
What
me it's
the-
going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it
underneath
is beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it that was
sound
the
of
first thing I
lightning.
said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first,
Yeah,
which I
I-
thought was very odd. And
Lax
then
Forge,
you
I-
see a puff here, and then the
I
next
don't
thing you know,
necessarily
there's
disagree. I wish he was pushing
entry
back a little bit
wound
more.
on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you think
platform.
But not
that explosion
aggressively,
generally has
just-
smoke?
I don't think
Keep
that there's
her on
any
track.
quality version of video that would get us to be able
Try
to
to get
answer
her
that
to
question
answer
other
these
than
things.
Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask
John
those
Bray
sorts
isn't
of
gonna
questions of how a
debate
shape charge
Andrew.
would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable
John
amount of
Bray
work on
wouldn't
this,
even talk to
and I think he has
mid-grade
debated a ton of people
about it.
actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
I'm going to take a bathroom break while they're playing these clips.
And good to see General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys.
Oh, so complicit in what? Complicit in what? I missed the last part of that. What was Andrew wrong on? Duke. Andrew didn't even bring up the most damaging clips. Well, I don't know how many more they have ready to go. They may have more clips. This is the last segment? Well, I'm hoping he goes a little bit more aggressive in this last segment. Probably have to save the best for last for fear of her quitting. Well, we'll find. We're gonna find out. It's been 3.5 hours. I know, and we still haven't like gotten a. I think the only straight answer she gave. Now I can't even remember what it was about, but I think we've only gotten like one straight answer. No, there was one where she said like she gave a no answer too, but then she kept talking because I remember saying no, you don't. That's you said the answer. You don't need to keep fucking babbling on about it. I just don't remember what it was in reference to. I think it's hilarious that they use Rob O'Neill because a lot of these conspiracy theorists, right? Like they've been trashing this Rob O'Neill guy for years, saying that that whole thing's an op, it's all bullshit, right? That Osama, like they never took out Osama bin Laden. Like that's been the conspiracy for a very long time. And most of these people claim to be conspiracy theorists and they don't trust the government or the official narrative. It's funny how they all of a sudden are like, no, this dude's legit though. And then he has, right? I think there's like people on his team that have come out and basically called, like said that he didn't actually, that somebody else did or something. I'm not sure. I'm just to be clear, I'm not making that claim, but like, isn't that happening? So, but for whatever reason, now he's super credible and we have to take his word for it. I'm curious to see what Andrew is going to say was his strategy going in. What kind of his thought process was. You know what I mean? Was like, is he trying to not be too aggressive because he's worried about like her just throwing a fit and walking off? I don't know if she could do that. I don't know if her ego would allow her to do that. I think she would. I feel like she would rather just sit there and like throw a tantrum like she's kind of been doing. Mike, something is off. He has gone too long with little pushback. An hour, maybe two would be max. We are going to find out extremely unfavorable terms later. I don't. We'll see, I guess. I'm guessing he wanted her to stick to an actual theory, but knew she wouldn't. Yeah, but this is weird because Andrew generally, if he doesn't let go if you're not answering a question. Like he will continuously try to steer back to that question more aggressively than he's doing with her. So like he's handling her with kid gloves for some reason. And I'm not saying he needs to like go super, like I understand he's not going to want to go incredibly aggressive on her because that'll just give, like he's being mean to a pregnant woman, right? Like that'll give them ammo for that bullshit. But the complicit in thing, like the fact that he didn't try to reel that in a little harder, I don't know why, because her giving a specific answer to that question, in my opinion, is incredibly important because it's going to be very damning. Complicit in what? Well, if by you saying that she doesn't actually believe Tyler did it, but is saying that, and that makes her complicit in misdirection or covering up, okay, well, now you have to answer my follow-up question to that, and that would be, okay, why? Why would she be trying to misdirect? Why would she be trying to help a potential cover-up? What would that imply? Like, I don't know how he didn't press harder on that and try to reel that in harder. Because she says she's complicit in, and need the explanation there. Do Andrew and PBD both let this turn into a conversation? Actually should have been an aggressive debate. PBD needs to shut the fuck up. I mean, unless PBD like went halvesies with Andrew or something. Shut up, dude. This isn't your interview. Candace is not on your show. It's a debate, homie. Moderate it better. Candace was asked a question. Maybe as the moderator, when you see she's not answering that question, you need to cut her off a little sooner and say, no, we need to get back to the question. This is the question. Balance, boys, this is still very revealing because she hasn't proved anything she has been talking about for nearly a year. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. He's not let that go. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I get that. We get that, but that's not what I want to see. I want to see him press her to answer certain questions. Curious to see the word count. I hope someone does it soon. Like, you know what I mean? And he doesn't even have to, it doesn't even have to be like 100 points that he gets out of her. That complicit in one, in my opinion, is incredibly strong. That could have been an incredibly strong slam. And he just let it go. No, but it doesn't look bad though that she didn't answer, right? To who? I want her to answer because the answer will look far worse than the her not answering it. I suppose we could get that in the third act. I suppose. Definitely possible. He may just try to throw that back in there. Be like, by the way, you never really got to what it is that she's complicit in by saying Tyler Robinson, she believes he's 100% the one who did it. Why get hung up on something she's not going to say? I don't believe that she's not going to say it. I believe that her ego will not, she will eventually have to say something. It's just my thought process with listening to her talk, the way this is going. I don't believe that her ego will not allow her to actually give an answer. She'll try to get away from it. She's tried. But if you continue to do it, and I don't even think it would take very, very many more times, to be honest with you. I just don't think her ego would allow her to continue to not answer that. Long ass break again. Are you guys timing these? Are they actually 3.5 minutes? Where's this 3.5 minute shit come from? It's sort of a random number, right? To just be like, okay, we're gonna agree to 3.5 minute breaks. Why not just 3, or why not 4? Lax Forge Bronson. It's got to be tied to the defamation cases. The minute she mentioned legal liability, Andrew backed off on complicit. Well. And she's like, I got to be careful here. It's like, why do you have to be careful? Well, because they might sue me for defamation. I think it's really easy, Candace. Maybe just don't defame. Like Like, if they're going to sue you for defamation, that would pretty much say that they're saying you're lying. And then you're not going to say certain things because you know they would sue you for defamation because they know you're lying. Like, that's a weird, right? If she believes it's the truth and has some evidence to back up these claims, well, that wouldn't be defamation then, right? So why is she so afraid of being sued for defamation? Her ad time? Is that what's going on? Well, that's just it, too. They have more than enough to sue her already. I agree. I think Crowder would have been more aggressive, Duke. I think Crowder would have definitely been more aggressive. I also think he would have, taken more jabs.
If you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah,
and they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver.
That's real.
When I went back and
Righteous.
rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said.
When did she correct
we
it? So
don't
she
know
made that
yet,
mistake how long
and
ago,
I've
and she's
corrected
just
that
now
mistake.
correcting it?
So if the
What?
purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, For questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no.
Well,
and
I mean,
that is what I
gotcha
think
is kind
will
of the
register to
point
people
of
as
debate.
very fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on.
And
there's nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just
quite a
just-
few
you
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being
And
is
didn't
now
answer.
you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point
Claims
out yours.
are not
No, they're not
opinions, they are
claims.
claims.
When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
thing.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Why is it absurd?
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to
Not
respond
really.
to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still
we've done everything Andrew wanted to, so that
Still
people
waiting
can
for
fairly
answers.
assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
come on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've proceeded
DNA
this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't
Secret
explicitly
clip?
say Lance
It's your
Twiggs. They said
fucking
5
show.
Other
What are you
profiles
talking
were on
about?
it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show but not show it?
Correct. So
Okay.
I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems
That's the
pretty
gotcha.
like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's,
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
That's the
please just
gotcha.
answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to.
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
Candace,
that.
you dummy.
Yeah, sure.
Name 'em.
If you don't
The first
have
charge is
the
aggravated
answer
murder,
to
because
that,
that's what
you
carries
don't
a death
ask
sentence
it.
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that
So is
really
that
matters and
earpiece
shows that he
working now?
doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint
Oh,
doesn't
she
work.
should have
and
been
you'll be
able
better
to
the
just
next time you
ramble
do
I
these
so.
got
out.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're
literally did
engaging.
that.
And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the
Is this
7
her
charges that
closing?
are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in
She
there
pulled
this
her
whole
phone
time over
out?
here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia.
I don't know.
That was
I don't
it.
know if the
downloaded it
earpiece
from
is
take your
just
word
for
for it.
audio.
Yeah.
That
I
didn't
don't
pull up
need to
on
like.
videos
I
or
deeply
something,
care about
but-
this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
So you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is a
well,
receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that.
Yeah,
but
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline. that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having
tuned.
spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough
So apparently
to put
other
onto
people
my
have
personal
spoken to the
timeline of what
owner,
took place on that day.
and the
That's
owner
where
has
it's
told
gonna
them
stay, and if it gets
that
debunked,
the
I'm happy to
authorities
take it
got
off.
back
If
to
that's
him
what you
and
mean, that's
said
how an
that did
investigation
not
works.
belong. The car did not belong to
like
Tyler
I said,
Robinson. That paid for
did
that.
more than enough. It would definitely pass.
I'm
the
skeptical of
test
that owner.
by the Utah 1102 rule. For sure.
I
For
think
certain.
he was telling some people something, and I think he might
beyond
be
that, 'cause
telling
they
other
didn't even
people
have receipts. They were
something
like,
else.
Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming.
I don't
told
think the
exactly what
receipt is
happened. I spoke
bunk.
to the owner. I got the tip.
But the
and
receipt
I
doesn't say
chased it down.
Tyler
an
Robinson.
official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show,
And
and
there's
we can
nothing
add and subtract what we
proving
want.
that
And
the
we do.
card
If
number
we get
links
something
to
wrong,
Tyler
but
Robinson.
I just wanted to make sure.
Should you
I don't think the
include a
receipt
thing
is
that
fake.
you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then you should
under-
remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've
Yeah, I don't think
sufficiently
so.
answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened
Complicit in
next.
what?
Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver
his
was
closing is
found,
just gonna
and we
be
don't have
she
any should-be evidence of a police
presented
body
no
cam.
evidence
But
of
like
any
I
of
said,
her
you
claims.
accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get
I'm
her?
so
It just seems
pissed
like
with the complicit.
you
Well, I'm not
complicit
adding-
in
hold,
what?
like
I'm
I
not
said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to the-
prosecution to
Well,
the
wait a
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
But you are
Well, there's
somehow
no-
adding
there's
it,
no
which
evidence
hasn't been
for it.
confirmed.
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no
She
camera
literally
there.
just admitted that.
And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder
Where are the
versus
pictures
murder.
that you
It's
said
a
they
death
have?
sentence.
And not only that, let's
Of
point
Fort
this out.
Huachuca.
One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what
What's
his
your issue
issue
with
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just
And
being
what did the owner
looking at
say?
opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Did the owner say it was
and
Tyler?
That's why,
Because
like I said,
he told
if you think this builds up
the
a rapport
owner
with your
told
audience and makes you
Diligent,
seem
who
like
put a
serious
recording
person,
out, that he
we don't
was
have
not
to
there.
keep belaboring
He
the point
does
here.
not know.
I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
And what did the owner say?
You know, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled.
What did he say?
That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used.
What?
If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think
haven't
that
found
there's
out if
enough
it's
under the
a
Utah
Tyler
1102
Robinson,
rule for
let
me to
alone a
keep it
different
there.
one.
I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
delivered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Another 10-minute, 3.5 minute break. Another 10-minute, 3.5 minute break. What are your guys' thoughts? What are your thoughts? She's waffling about everything to be the victim of Andrew. Yep. Don't worry, guys. The internet's going to figure it out. They'll know that you played out of context clips. So, by the way, I'm not going to answer any of your questions that you bring up using those clips of claims that I've made. The internet will know. No, okay, you were definitely sent here by Erica Kirk. What is this? You're just trying to get me in gotchas against Erica? Why isn't Erica just here? Why isn't... Yep. All she has is the victim card, right? No accountability. I don't have to defend anything that I've said, any claims that I've made. Complicit in what? My thoughts, like earlier, there will be debates on this debate starting in an hour. Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. I don't understand, like, I understand doing early on, maybe, right? Just sort of letting her do her thing and running with just a massive amount of bullshit like she was. Like, I get that. But when it's now your time, right? It's your time to press her on claims that she's made. And she starts that segment out on the defensive before he even asks anything. How you don't continue to press her to make her deny like she was. Like, that sucks. I'm really curious to see Andrew's explanations and sort of his take on the entire thing, and sort of the mindset and why he, because it feels like he's like treating her with like the super kiddiest of kid gloves ever. After this, can you please go check how X is doing? Is it not? Is X? I would assume X is a shit show right now. Marble Light, Andrew did an incredible job. Candace is very difficult. She is now behind the scenes as Queen Quandis. Call her Queen Quandis for a reason. Yeah, I know. I was just hoping for a little bit more blood sport. Hoping for a little bit more blood sport. Yeah, calm down, Riz. Relax. Relax. Shit. I just want to know what Erica Kirk was complicit in. That's all I want to know. She was asked like 5 times. Should have been asked 5 more times. I'm curious if he can talk about the negotiations behind the scenes. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. I do like that little jab he took about he's going to release the text message information on his show. Nope, you're going to have to watch my show if you want that. I'm not going to drop that here. That'll be on my show. Because I've got to slow drip it, right? I've got to keep the audience coming back, Candace. Andrew did a great job, but he didn't even need to. No, he could have applied a little bit more pressure, Marlboro, I believe. Like I said, I'm not saying like go all out and fucking just do what Andrew normally does. But he could have applied, I think, a little bit more in certain areas. And made her just get a little bit more defensive more often. Because like I said, when she's on the defensive like she was, that is a really bad look for her. So the more times that you can put her in that state, the better it's going to fare for your position and for clips later on. You know what I mean? So I feel like he should have tried to just put her into those situations more. And I'm hoping that Andrew gets to do his closing first. Because I think a lot of what he says in his closing will put her in a defensive mode again, and she'll spurg out. And I think that'll be good. Wouldn't she just have used that as an excuse to end the interview? I don't think so. I don't think her ego would have allowed her to do that. I really don't. I could be wrong, guys. It's just my opinion, but I don't think her ego would have allowed her to do that. To just get up and walk out of the interview and throw like a temper tantrum in front of millions of people. I just don't see that.
Finally, at the end, for those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a
sort
Andrew
of
fan,
Balance Boys,
and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary.
I agree with
hear.
this.
And of course, for all the people that
there
are
are
watching, I
definitely
was just whispering
way
to them
better
here,
clips.
Before we wrap it up, I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not,
Her misrepresenting the
whether you're a fan of Candace or
vehicle
not,
thing.
Nobody can
Very
dispute
early
the
on
fact
would have
that
been a
these guys
strong clip.
agreed
Hey,
to
what
sit
about this
down
piece
and
of
talk
information early on that you
live.
misrepresented
Others
when
were
he in
thinking
fact
this was
does say
pre-recorded.
use
This
the
is
word
not
vehicle
pre-recorded,
in the
just
same
everybody
video
knows.
that you showed?
This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect
there's no way
both
that
of
she
them
can win.
For having
You
to
know,
sit
well,
down
I
and
just
before
missed
final
that. Oh, I
thoughts.
thought you were an
I wanna make sure you
investigator,
guys
so
do
you're
that for
missing
me as
shit?
well, for inviting me.
Thought
as
you were
well.
so familiar
I
with
do know
all
one
of the
day,
evidence and
I
things
think
in
it was
this case.
last
You
week
just
you
missed
sent a
that?
message
Like
on
there's
one of our accounts. She said,
so
"Can
many
I talk
got
to
yous
Patrick?
with any
We got on the
follow-up
call." He said,
excuse she
"Patrick,
has
can
for
you
that."
moderate this?" And then I said, "Great, let's do this." And so before we wrap up, final thoughts. I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive
Damn it,
evidence
he's closing
Israel's
first.
involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything.
Damn it.
No
Now my
positive
brain's
evidence
fried.
TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Based fucking close. Based close.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and
Candace
pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance
during
thing.
this
It hasn't
debate.
been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Didn't he say after the arguments he was going to have something to talk about or something he wanted to ask them? Maybe I misheard that. Maybe I misheard that. All right, guys, what do you think? Final thoughts on this debate. On this debate. Come at me. Give me all the opinions. I'll start pulling them up here. We'll discuss them for a minute. Her audience is full of low IQ people. I don't know, man. Didn't seem like a $300,000 debate. Yeah. Nah, I will not support the PBD podcast. Yeah, that's complicit in what? Damn it. Complicit in what? I'll at least get her to just avoid that more. Went off to make a jacket potato and came back, and nothing had changed, just flat. That was a joke. It was like giving Candace the mic and letting her do a filibuster. Oh, that's something just started playing in my ear. Bronson, I can't write in words my thoughts. Well, you could text them to me and then I can read them. Matter of fact, let me, I'll just pull you up here and wait for that, CJ. Thing is, you can't debate like this. Everything with Candace is argument from absence and proof by assertion. She won't engage on whether those arguments hold. So, I agree. I think giving his closing, Andrew got everything that he was looking to get out of this debate. Just going off of what his closing was. Adrian filtered. So my opinion on the debate, I'll be honest, is completely biased, and I'm going to stick with my bias in I wanted to see Andrew fucking Wilson destroy her. For whatever reason, Andrew took a different approach here. That being said, she gave nothing. Nothing. She spurred out. She avoided questions. She threw in information that didn't have anything to do with the question to just ramble on. So just from a debate standpoint, and then she threw in all kinds of insults, all kinds of digs, right? You could see her directing the audience on what to think, what the audience needs to think. See, can't you see this, guys? This is what you need to think. This is what he's doing. Andrew did nothing of the sort. He just asked her questions and wanted her evidence of why it is that she thinks certain things, and she provided exactly what we all thought she would, which was absolutely fucking nothing. And then Andrew just made that simple point in closing, as he did in opening, is that she has claims, and she doesn't have any evidence to back any of these claims up. There's no evidence for her to even think these things, other than feelings and vibes. She painted herself as a victim of Andrew Wilson, the monster. And the entire week, her internet army painted Andrew that way, so that her audience went in with that understanding of Andrew Wilson being this complete degenerate piece of shit nobody that's just there to attack a pregnant woman because he hates women, and that he's working for TPUSA. Instead of actually just arguing the points and answering the questions, they do that instead. Two goats and a dog. Well, that would be your incredible bias showing. I do think she looked incredibly stupid. Yes, and I would think that to any normie, no normie's going to watch this. We're not even going to talk about it. No normie is going to watch this debate. I mean, maybe. But any normie would be like, yeah, Candace, what's going on? I guess I haven't really been following this, but if you're debating about it, and I like you, Candace, you must have a lot of stuff to say, a lot of information to show why it is you think that. And then Candace has the opportunity, this potentially new giant stage, right? And she doesn't give any. That's probably not a bad look or a good look. What were people expecting Andrew to do? Lecture Candace about how immoral she is? He did a great job. Do you just mean me? I don't know who else is in the chat, but it wasn't an expectation. I just hoped Andrew was Andrew and was like holding, because you'll see him do this all of the time when he goes into TikTok debates or even DebateCon debates or whatever. If he asks a question and his opponent is skirting around trying to not answer that, he will continually reel them back to go, yeah, but what about my question? What about my question? You're not answering my question. What is the answer to this question? No, you're not going to get away. You're not going to get away from answering the question. What's the question? He will continuously do that until they basically rage quit or answer the fucking question. I think Andrew caught her doing something he'll reveal later. Well, I'm sure he's going to give his opinions for sure. Andrew acted like a million people were watching. Yeah, I believe so. I believe you nailed that. That is a really, really, really good statement, argument, whatever you want to call it. So as it turns out, guys, for everybody that was expecting Smoky Man Bad to show up and berate this pregnant woman, geez, he was actually kind of a nice guy. I think people need to take some time to digest this. Andrew did an incredible job. Yeah, I'm not saying that Andrew did a bad job. I don't know if anybody, I think people are just frustrated because they wanted more blood sport. I think that's it. I mean, there are definitely, all in all though, Andrew, the points that he brought up, the questions he asked, right, were just to show that she doesn't have anything. It doesn't really matter what he brought up in that sense. You know what I mean? Here's a claim. Can you defend this claim? What evidence do you have? None. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Gish gallop, gish gallop. Nothing, nothing, nothing. You're bad. You're a bad guy. You're defending Erica Kirk. So in that sense, it really doesn't matter which ones he brought up. Any rational person who has heard this Candace nonsense but weren't up on it will see this and realize she is absolutely nothing. I will say that I was glad that he kept it professional. He didn't give her that. He didn't give her that out. That's fair. That's fair. It's just I just selfishly wanted him to go in and just fucking lay into her, but I get it. I disagree. I don't think so at all. I think that was actually a really good point that he made, is that Candace Owens is building her official timeline of what happened. And all of these things on her timeline have no evidence for them. Right? So she's being hypocritical, saying that the case is building again. They're building this case against Tyler Robinson with no evidence, right? No concrete, real good evidence. And here she is building her own timeline with no fucking evidence. So I feel like he definitely got the point he was trying to make there with that. PBD, yeah, fuck PBD. PBD threw a wrench in. Why is she complicit? Question from Andrew: by needing to know Candace and Erica's history right then. No, PBD sucked. I was wrong. I thought PBD was going to do a good job. I thought he was going to, as a debate moderator, I assumed he was going to see that somebody's asking a question, they're not really answering it. As the moderator, you got to reel it back in and go, no, hey, this is the question that's being asked. If you could please answer that question. No, he fucking did an interview. He did like a small little interview with Candace Owens. That sucked. I got a feeling Candace is going on the PBD show soon. She's probably going on Joe Rogan soon, too. I wasn't excited. Yeah, I hear you. I want to hear what Artie says about it. He wasn't excited about PBD. I wasn't excited about PBD either. I just figured he would do a decent job based on stuff I've seen him in the past, to where he would just kind of keep things on topic. And then if he noticed things were getting like too crazy or too riled up, then we would be like, okay, we're going to take a minute. Everybody calm down. We'll take a little break. We'll be back. Because he did really well with the sit down that he had with Michael Franzese and Sammy the Bull, where that started getting pretty heated and aggressive. Granted, they're a couple of old dudes, but they're still like, you know what I mean? There's still that whatever killer instinct that they have. CJ, what time are you hosting an X Space tonight? We're going to make Riz show up. Just tell Riz to host one. Tell Riz to host one. I think she's going to be a really good X Space host, and she needs to do more than one a week on Sundays. What is that shit? I don't care if you have a life and you have shit to do, Riz. You need more than one, and definitely not on Sundays. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Oh, you're good? You're in here? Perfect. Yeah. I think you're a good host. I think you will do a good job. I think you will get a lot of people to show up in your spaces. You need more than one a week. Maybe PBD noticed that Andrew was getting a bit more aggro, so he stepped in to allow for a breathing reset. Balance boys, got to probably get back to my job now. Cheers, guys. Yes, go back to work, damn it. Go back to work. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it, Balance boys. Andrew fully exposed Candace as a fraud. She had absolutely nothing. I agree. And there's definitely, like, If people aren't doing clips yet, they will be. There are clips out the ass of her spurging out and not answering questions. Look, if people on this side can't even take a win for a win, then there is no point in even covering this anymore. What are we looking for here? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing. Are you like reading X or something and then come in here, Marlboro Light? Because I'm not seeing like a bunch of negative stuff, or I'm just not seeing it in the chat. Why? There's nothing wrong with reading a pre-written opening for a debate. Deborah, I'm not sure what you mean. Absolutely nothing wrong with having a pre-written opening for a debate and then reading it. They should have had Officer Tatum debate her. Yeah, because that'll ever happen. Wasn't Tatum talking shit about Andrew doing this debate? Like, yeah, you're paying her $300,000. Bro, how much you making with her on merch sales, dude? Maybe you should shut the fuck up. Maybe you should shut up there, Officer Tatum, talking about people paying people money and making money. Probably not not the lane you want to choose to drive in. Yeah, I don't think so either. I just wanted more blood sport. That's all. But I'm also that's just a extreme bias of mine that has nothing to do with whether or not I think Andrew did a good job in the debate. I just wanted more blood. What's going on X now? Probably a shitstorm. Oh, I didn't get to vote in Dave Smith's poll. How did that poll end already? Didn't the debate just end not that long ago? Adri, just supporting the channel. Always have a fun time during your lives. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Candace, name one charge. Andrew, murder. Candace, wrong. It's murder. It's aggravated, guys. It's aggravated. That's why it's the death penalty, because it's an aggravated one. Eclectic still in here? She knows all about this shit. Oh, yeah, no, Candace Owens didn't win the debate. No, if you show up to say that my point is better than your point, and then you don't have any evidence for your point, you can't win a debate, really. Here's all of the evidence for my argument. Where's your evidence? Well, I don't have any. Oh, all right, debate over. Like that's Mike Klikovich. What's up? Right? Like that's a pretty correct sort of nutshell breakdown of a debate, right? It's like, here are my arguments, and here is the evidence to support my arguments. If you show up to a debate with arguments and no evidence for those arguments, feel like that you just lose. That's just how that works. Like, I just think so. I just have feelings. This is my vibe. It's my opinion. Like, okay. Yeah, that's fine. You can have that opinion. You're not winning a debate with opinion, though. Yeah, listen. You know what? Since I got all you guys here, I'm going to pull up X. Okay? I'm going to pull up X. And I'm just going to let you guys see me. Hold on, let me pull this up and make sure. I might have to zoom in. Let me just zoom in a little bit here. Let me just zoom this on in, okay? And I will just let you guys see me type this out in real time. Complicit in what? There you go. That was for you guys. That was for you. What a pain in the ass that was. After much thought, it appears Candace Owens doesn't know the difference between complicit, and complacent. Complicit? You must have caught some shit that I didn't. I didn't just spell complicit wrong, did I? That would suck. That would be a really stupid moment for me. I didn't, fuckers. I got it right. Nikki, what's up? Have you been in here the whole time? Or were you jumping through everybody's stuff? I'm curious how I might have to, just for fun, go back and watch Jared's coverage of this and Artie's. Blake has an X space after party. Oh, wonderful. Wunderbar. What the great. Awesome. That sounds so amazing. That sounds so amazing, guys. No, that will not be fun. I agree. But she owned him. She owned him. With what point? With what point? Oh, Jay Witt did too? I mean, that's I'm sure. I wonder how many, like, there's got to be dozens at least, right? If not, maybe 100. We'd like triple figures here of how many people like did their own stream watching this debate. There's got to be a lot, dude. Yeah, I know. She tweeted that shit like 40 minutes ago. So like during a break, she's going to Twitter to tweet. Did Andrew though too? I don't want to talk too much shit if Andrew was doing that as well. Like they're just having Twitter wars while they're on break from their debate. He did not. But Candace did. So Candace is appealing to audience. She was sharing clips. Or was it was just this one retweet of PBD? That's crazy. I wonder if that's why he asked about her phone. Could be. He made it sound like while that question she was posing to him about what were the charges, if you're following this case so closely, that when he gave it back to her, the question back to her, she had grabbed her phone or something. I didn't see that. I did not see that. But she must have. Now we know why the breaks took so long. Well, I think she did have an earpiece though, but I think he had an earpiece too, and I think it was to listen to audio of clips that they were going to play. So I don't know if they also had people in the back speaking to them. I don't think, because it looked like when PBD said that we're going to pull this clip up, they were sort of looking to him like, what's going on? Is this clip being pulled up? And I'm assuming they were communicating with PBD, so I would have thought that they would have heard that. So I don't want to start like spreading like she had people talking to her in her ear, because it looked like Andrew had some type of hearing device in as well. I think Eco just said if Candy is part of the op. I feel like Eco is of the opinion that just everybody's part of the op. Except for leftists, right? The lefties are not. It's definitely not the left at all in any way, shape, or form. They are not part of the op. It's just all on the right. Which is, not surprising coming from Eco. I do want to point out something where I'm not going to mention names, right? But somebody, he's a fucking, somebody like, thought they did all this, exposed all of this crazy, like unknown stuff about Eco about like the Eco possibly being a lefty and he's definitely a Democrat or Antifa or anarchist or something like that, right? It's like all you got to do is listen to the guy talk for 5 minutes. Like you can come to that conclusion pretty easily. I think. I thought we were all operating on that same understanding, but I guess not. I've said many times, I think the conspiracy is that it's a conspiracy. I think you should jump into the space. I think you should calm down, Ivy. Did I ever meet Charlie? No. I would have never been in any type of proximity to have even had the chance to meet Charlie. Where I'm at, things don't happen here at all. So like if I want to do things, I have to go other places. Milk Bar is already clipping. It kind of looks like everybody's already clipping or sharing clips of people clipping. There's already AI images coming out. AI sucks. We're so cooked. Somebody clip this. Holy fuck. These people are so, it doesn't matter. It's the internet, guys. People are going to clip things, take it out of context, make it look like it's saying something that it actually isn't. I'm not going to get too frustrated or worked up over it. If people don't understand bullshit when they see it, there's nothing that you guys are going to be able to do to convince them. I'm in the UK and I'm the only person who actually knows. This is like, it seems like a huge deal, but this is such a small percentage of people that are paying this close attention to this stuff. I think PBD told them both they should make it more like a conversation and not a debate, and that actually helped Candace. I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out. Yeah, I don't know. I want to know. I just want to hear what Andrew's game plan was. Like was the game plan to just go in and be like, ask questions and then just let her run? Let her do whatever she's going to do? Let her spew as many lies as whatever. Just go ahead. Internet will pick these apart. Have fun. And then just not push back. Or not push back, but just not really challenge necessarily. Just let her fucking run. Let the internet do what they're going to do. Adri, show of hands. Who wants Bronson to jump into the space? I should have pre-read this pre-chat before I pulled it up and read it, because I could have just pretended like I missed it. And now I put myself in a situation where the chat is going to give answers to a question I didn't want to have asked to begin with. No, they're going to want me to talk. They are going to want me to talk. And they're not going to like my answers at all. Blake Bednars.
With, and I look forward to that. But my question to you, Mitch, is
Mitch is already in here.
Is this willful ignorance, or is this just ignorance in terms of what we saw out of Candace today? Your opinion.
I've always taken the position that she doesn't care. Like, for her, this is about convincing her audience that just to, stew in this nonsense, right? So whether she can make the case, doesn't make the case, it's not relevant to her. Does what she claimed create views and engagement? That's the focus, right? Like, She
Oh, I've got
makes
this zoomed
claims
in.
that she
Sorry,
knows
guys.
factually are not true.
Let me just get this
She'll
back
claim
to
that there's a receipt with a
100% so
name
it
on
lines
it.
up correctly.
Now there is
There.
no claim with a receipt on it, and the source is diligent, apparently and clearly. And the DNA says this. No, that's not what the testimony is. She's not really focused on what is even the facts of the case.
Well, and to
me, it's
be
more
clear,
about
you don't know if
that.
she knows that it's wrong. That's your sort of inference.
So yeah, that's my thing. Is it willful or is it just ignorance?
Okay, maybe she's
Because that's
willfully doesn't
intent.
care and
I'm
has not
talking to
actually
intent.
watched the testimony. Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe she has not actually watched the testimony and is just regurgitating what she's been told by others. Because if she was actually truly interested in the actual testimony and trial, she would know some of those basic things that you and I know.
It's willful ignorance, easily.
The
You
fake
got
Blake or
me.
Blake the fake, dude. I couldn't agree more.
No, they and all three of those motherfuckers in that room, including Patrick David, know exactly what happened to Charlie Kirk. Everybody in that
They
room
do.
knows exactly what happened to
They
him.
do. They
And
do.
they're playing a fucking game. This is a
I'm with
fucking
you.
TV show.
I'm with you.
It's bullshit. They know exactly what they're doing. This is stupid now.
I agree. 100%.
Interesting take.
I do find this weird, flex of, well, my super secret source. I have a super secret source, but I can't tell you what they've actually said. It is Israel. It is the French Legion, but I can't actually make the case to you because X, Y, and Z that actually makes no sense. Like,
Well,
if you believe that to be
just to
true,
push back
you
on
would
that
want to.
for a second, that's the exact same thing
Yeah.
that the FedSlop are doing. They're hiding their source behind, and this was the entire standing order. Nobody who testified had any personal knowledge of what was going on. They were just referring to sources that could not and would not be actually able,
Blake,
on the one hand,
Blake
to be
Bednarz hates
cross-examined, but on
Candace.
the other hand, to even testify.
Thinks she's
in fact,
in on
it
it
sounded
and
like they
full
had
of shit.
transferred people to
But
other
he-
places, specifically.
Blake's
to
an
the
interesting
Sudan.
character.
Can you just clarify
To
what you're
say
saying?
the
Talking about
least.
1102.
I'm saying that
hearsay?
with the hearsay, the preliminary hearsay, one of the standing objections was
yes.
that not one person who had testified, with the exception of a couple. Well,
Okay, guys, we're
I
gonna
don't
do
even
a
know,
change
but,
here.
Reading the defense's standing objection.
I just got word that there's something happening in this
Nation of
space.
intelligence related to Israel and Iran, and in some accounts, other
Now I
topics
feel
like
like I was
Venezuela.
lied to.
Administration officials described him as a known leaker who'd been restricted from certain briefings. There's more, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah, Grok uses
So,
Reddit
for sources,
so guys,
you
Jar,
can't trust Grok.
real quick. So what's the relevancy, one way or the other?
My point is that it's irrelevant to the conversation, right? The bigger issue here that we should be talking about is Andrew Wilson got the things that he wanted out of that debate. Whether Candace Owens did or not, that's a whole nother side conversation. I think Andrew Wilson got the points that he wanted out of that debate. He's going to claim victory. Candace Owens is going to claim that he didn't achieve victory, so she's going to be the one that's victorious. But at the end of the day, this whole Israeli settlement thing is
I
irrelevant.
just want to ask you something, Jarbot. Just 1 second. Have you ever spoken to Andrew Colvett or Blake Neff or Tyler Boyer?
No, I've never spoken directly to anyone.
Well, I have. Well, I have in the last few
Sure.
weeks.
Okay, good
So
for
I'm just
you.
gonna say that if you go to any AI and you pull up the fact
don't use AI
pattern
for
and
that stuff.
statements,
No.
you should, and you'll see the
No,
time
you shouldn't.
history between the statements and otherwise. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna.
Grok
I'm
is
not gonna
reading your
disclose.
timeline. Grok
I'm
is
not
reading
gonna.
your
I'm not.
timeline and posting things that are relevant to you. That's what Grok is doing.
No, you can use Grok on a computer that has nothing related to your timeline. Grok is a separate
No, it's
app.
absolutely. It does. It tailors its responses to you as a source person. That's what Grok
Not
does.
if you're
It's
using
impartial.
Grok as an app, not on your actual
So my
X.
point is in that clip, Joe Kent is not attributed to being Candace's source. She's
She-
just talking about him going on podcasts and discussing this potential Israeli connection, which he has also walked back and saying it could be Israel, it could be anyone else. We don't know. Like that's my point is that She did not attribute you attributed that quote, that comment.
She literally says Joe Kent noted that there was 12
That's the
Israeli
point of these
phones,
is to be
and that should
argumentative.
be investigated.
On podcasts, he
With
talked
people
about
that
the
are
12
willing to
phones.
do the same.
I agree, but
not
it's
people that are
already
going to
in
like
the public
spur down
Where did he
fucking
get that
YouTube.
being
information
reported by
from,
Candace.
Jar, where did he get
Candace
that
is the
information?
one that Candace is the one. Tom Bishop and Candace are the two that originally posted about the 12 Israeli cell phones.
Yes, and how
Joe
did he
Kent
get
then
it?
went on podcast talking about Candace Owens' podcast about 12 Israeli cell phones. He mentioned Candace and talking about that. So he's been following Candace. I'm not saying he's not leaking stuff to Candace. I'm just saying in that clip, you cannot attribute her claiming that Joe Kent is the source of the 12 Israeli cell phones. She didn't do that in that debate with Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
She didn't do it. You can try to say it. You can try to spin it like he did. She did,
said,
but she did not.
I'm going to keep
I'm glad
replaying it, and
Jarbot
she
got
says,
clarification
he noted,
on that.
Yeah,
he
you
noted.
keep replaying it. He
Then why
went
didn't
on
she use herself
podcast.
as the source? He asked her for the source of that.
He went on podcast.
No, but wait, Jar, very clearly. Why
So
didn't
if all
she say
Joe
she-
Kent said
that
was
she
going on
said that
podcast
she
and
heard
said
it from
that,
this person or this,
and that Candace has said this, that's not him making a claim.
using that as her source. That's why she brought it
Going
up.
back to Andrew Wilson's question, Self, like where are you getting this information?
Well, she's not.
from, Candace?
I guess
And
maybe
that's the
she.
response. Is
Maybe
that
there
Candace?
is a
That's my
point
literal
there.
point. Is Andrew Wilson did not push her hard enough on this to get her in the nail that claim that Joe Kent was the source. That is literally my point that I'm trying to bring up, Stealth. And you just want to argue your bias. I get it. I understand where you're coming from.
It's not a bias. We're going to take what we know. So what we know is that she said Joe Kent noted that there was 12 Israeli phones. That's all that you know.
I'm not talking about Candace. I'm talking about Andrew.
Ian Carroll, and
what?
so is Ian
Everybody's
Carroll.
talking about
Well,
Andrew
Candace
right now.
Owens.
Have you been on the? It's all Andrew.
Right?
Yeah, Gary Melvin has gone on record saying that there could have been 12 Israeli cell phones on the campus, but it's irrelevant to the conversation. Like,
It's all that's on my timeline. Andrew Wilson this, Andrew Wilson that.
Jar, do you think that whoever is doing the investigation on Joe Kent is going to take that clip and use it as evidence? Yes or no?
No, because it's not evidence of anything.
Then you don't understand investigations.
No, I absolutely do
Clearly.
understand.
CJ.
Andrew Wilson's question.
Viva, stop. Viva,
What
stop.
you got me
I
in here?
absolutely do 100% understand national security investigations. I participated in them. So don't come in here and say I don't understand how national security and classification and security leagues investigations go. I absolutely have participated in them. So don't
Go
come in here
get
and
him,
try to tell
Riz.
me
Go
that I
get
don't
him.
know
And you
evidence.
don't think that's evidence.
No,
and you
it's
don't
not
think
I would
that
prefer
statement
to
in
not talk to
Absolutely
Steph.
then you're mistaken.
No, I'm not.
You're mistaken. Listen. Okay, yeah, you're the expert. I'll vie to your expertise. My 21 years in law enforcement, 10 of it as an investigator, certainly does not override whatever experience you have regarding what is evidence and what isn't.
Okay,
You're
so I'm
clearly
going to
the
read a
expert.
statement from somebody who's affiliated with this investigation. They
This
say,
is largely irrelevant.
anyone,
I'm just trying to
just
point.
listen. Anyone who follows me knows exactly how I feel about Joe Kent, so I'm not even remotely surprised by this. I've had my own interactions with Joe, particularly over Iran and Iraq, and watched him minimize Iran's responsibility for killing Americans while repeatedly redirecting blame towards Israel and American foreign policy. And I think Candace just did exactly what you said. She said the quiet part out loud. She didn't say she thinks Joe Kent knew about the alleged 12 Israeli cell phones. She said, in quotes, Joe Kent noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day, end quote. I've searched. I cannot find Joe Kent ever making that specific claim publicly. So apparently Joe
Holy
Kent was noting it somewhere that wasn't public. Considering Kent was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, that raises some pretty fucking serious questions. Where did he get that information? Who was he sharing it with? And was he sharing information he had access to because of his position? Whether that crossed a criminal line is a separate question. If Joe Kent was taking
I'm right there with you, Marlboro.
information obtained through his government position and feeding it through his conspiracy pipeline, it was widely responsible. Candace may have just accidentally told us where.
I feel like I want to go in there
there
and just antagonize Jarbot.
Joe Kent has some explaining to do.
You tell her,
So then
Jarbot.
it says here, I got a tip last night.
Stealth.
What?
I just asked Grok, and Grok basically said she was the biggest name to mention this. And I said, but did anyone mention it
Don't be
before
taking
her?
no shit in here, Jarbot.
I don't know if you happen to remember some of the people who I noted in a post that were coming after me. It says mid to late September. So she didn't mention it until November 5th. Okay. Mid to late September 2025, roughly September 18th onward, the claim circulated on X and was reported by
I would assume
outlets
somebody
like
else
National
posted it,
File.
right?
It
Like
was
that had to have
attributed
been
to a
posted a bunch.
from the independent account journalist known as
Joe Kent
the
being a leaker.
Village Crazy Lady. Posts asserted that the NSA detected 12 Israeli registered cell phones at the scene, with the information allegedly passed to federal law enforcement and the White House.
Well, are they finding like any clips of Joe Kent saying anything about the Israeli phones? I don't remember.
Coming from Candace's Freaks on X.
No. No. If you know who these people, okay, I'm not going to say much more publicly because some former FBI people are involved with
And if
this.
they did, if
that,
it's on X, can you guys
were
tag me in it?
allegedly Candace Owens sources. that were
Anybody
getting
who's looking?
information from inside the FBI, and then
If
we saw
anybody
that
is.
there was firings at certain FBI locations. So if that fact pattern works out, there's a little bit more here. I'm just not going to talk about it publicly. I just know what I know, and so that's all I need to fucking say
I think the
about
point
that.
is that Andrew should have pushed harder and maybe asked her, like,
How the fuck did Riz get in there so
you're
quick?
the
As
source,
speaker.
and see what she would have said, even to see her reaction. I think that was the point that people were trying to make.
I feel so
Again, the only people that would
unimportant.
have known about that, yes, you can buy phone data.
Feel
The
so
phone
insignificant.
data was not going to be bought within that month, and you'd have to be a very specific intel agency or somebody looking to purchase that specifically from there at that time. And we don't know if that was publicly available because there might have been a hold on that because of the
That's all right. It's
FBI
probably good for my
investigations
ego to
out
be
there.
knocked down as often as
So
possible.
that's a separate thing. So
I want to make
the
sure I
FBI, and part of their investigation,
keep
and the
understanding
police
that I am
is to pick up every single phone
nobody
signal
and
in that
very
area
insignificant.
from anywhere,
It's-
any
it's
country,
probably a good
anything
thing.
like that. If they were looking for a foreign, they don't talk about the Chinese cell phones. They don't talk about Russian cell phones. They don't talk about, cell phones from Cuba, cell phones from wherever. She only mentions
Yeah.
one. There's cell phones from Germany. There can be cell phones from other
I'm a
places.
victim.
I'm not going to go into any detail. I'm just saying that if somebody would like to purchase all that, I don't think you'll be able to pick up that data right now because probably most of it is held under investigation for
1,000%.
the court
Oh,
case.
I see.
So,
I see how it is.
If you had bought it immediately, you might have been able to, but that's not really the point. The point is that Candace is a master of weasel words, and that's what noted is. It's a weasel word.
Mr. E was just in here. Did he
she
dip?
can later claim whatever she
I wonder if
wants it
he's
to mean.
just,
Either,
he's just
he was
popping
a
into all the
source, or
spaces
no,
right now.
he just noted that other people noticed, right? And that's what Candace does,
going
and
on in
that's
here?
why Andrew Wilson,
Boop. What's
again,
going on in
like I
here?
think this is the point that everyone's made, Andrew Wilson missed an opportunity to bait her. And I think that with narcissists and people who always want to be right, you have to bait them into saying too much.
Yeah,
Because
Grok
what
gets
she
a
does
lot
is she
wrong,
creates
though.
this
I don't trust
ambiguity
Grok.
where was
I don't
Joe
trust any of that
actually
AI
giving
shit.
some information he had specific knowledge of or inside knowledge of, or was he just kind of continuing to amplify an already existing conspiracy theory? There have been similar conspiracy theories about other events. We don't need to get into it, but the kind of the larger point and what Candace does, like in general here, is she can just bring up a name, and then like what we have is this mess, right? Where like he's obviously, I'm sorry to say, like he's not an expert, right? So Andrew Wilson, and he has to just constantly be like trying to fact check her and whatever. But again, she didn't say he was a source or he proved, and so he can say, "Oh, a crazy lady said I said something." That's not actually like an issue, right? He's not like he has a shield here, right?
So the shield that he
This is
doesn't
not
have is the fact that if he had access to that data, which we have already know from, I believe publicly, people have spoken that they were in communication with him and gave him text messages, and he in turn also was in a group chat with a group of people and released those messages. So there's that. Okay, so
Have a good one, Deborah. Thanks
Joe
for
Kent
stopping
is
in.
in a group
definitely
chat.
a
think the
leaker,
Trump
and he
DOJ is gonna
definitely
prosecute
deserves to
him?
be under investigation. Don't misconstrue anything I'm saying to say Joe is either a good under oath. It's going to
No,
mean
I
something
think they've
else, and they'll
gotten
have an explanation.
they've gotten out of
That was
Candace
my point.
what's needed for defamation. I think already far prior to this. I don't think that was Andrew's intent in any way,
You
shape, or
want to
form.
comment?
Well,
I think Andrew's intent was just to show everybody that she doesn't have any evidence for any of the theories that she's presented,
make that statement.
other than feelings and vibes or whatever.
So how does she know?
Because he privately told her that.
Right. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's definitively. I can't prove that, but it certainly sounds that way if you have deductive reasoning. Oh, when has he ever said that?
Angela, check your DMs on this. Okay, Cyber as well. I sent you something in DMs.
And now I wasn't listening. What are they saying?
But you guys think that the Trump DOJ would prosecute Joe Kent?
I don't think anyone. I mean, I'm not saying that. I don't know what they're doing, but
There's no way in hell they would prosecute him.
I don't even care about that at this point. I care
No, I'm just
about
saying. That's what I'm saying. It's
understanding this.
stupid
That
that we're even
yeah,
arguing
that's
over it.
It's
well,
whether or not it's whether or not he's broken his NDA.
I think
Oh
there's
my
ways
God.
I've been
around
taking
doing
a
it.
break.
When it comes to classified information, if that's what he's being investigated for, first of all, there's nothing classified about 12 Israeli cell phones being on UVU campus. You can use public domain to get that information. Second of all, he's repeatedly said that he has not released classified information. And I don't believe he has released classified information. I think he's smart enough to not do that. He's not going to put his fucking career and everything else at risk for leaking classified information. He's smart enough not to do that. I don't like Joe Kent. I think he's kind of complicit in some other things, but I don't think he leaked classified information, and this would not have been classified information, first of all. So second of all, like this whole thing trying to make this about Joe Kent is ridiculous. Let's stick with Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. That's the whole point of this after action report, and not focusing on Joe Kent.
We're just saying what she said. That it's just factual part of what the conversation was that they're talking about, and no one else has really talked about this publicly. So it's not that it's illegal per se,
Okay,
but it's
so
certainly interesting.
Wait. Why, Ron, don't you want to read that? Because this I know about. This is why I'm so confirmed on what I just said.
So I wanted to take a break and just kind of pull back a little bit to try to figure out what the hell is going on, because in this content realm, like everything that's going on with, it's getting really crazy in my opinion. It's getting really aggressive. Like we've gone so far past the point of like just showing inconsistencies and showing like where somebody is spreading false information or is lying. Like it's gotten to a really aggressive, scary point. So I just wanted to pull back a little bit and just try to look from a bird's eye view of everything that's going on and reposition sort of like where I want to be. And I just want to be on the side of think we just need to call out the bullshit and the lies that are being spread about the specific case. I don't much care what people are doing with their private lives. Like it's getting really fucking weird.
Claim originated publicly with Candace Owens in early November 2025. In a video, she claimed that she could, quote, beyond a shadow of a doubt confirm, end quote, that there were 12 personal
like if other people want to do that, you know what I'm saying?
That were,
like that's fine, but I'm not fucking taking part in that because I don't know. I don't have any type of resources that I'm going to be able to pull to verify any of this shit. Like I'm out. I could catch people in lies and be like, oh, this is bullshit. But anything beyond that, like it's getting sketch. And there's a lot of sus people coming out of fucking nowhere on all sides of this that is sketching me out too. So that's just I just wanted to take a pull back and really look at everything and come back with it. Just what it is that my part is here.
November, because we have Mel.
No, that
And I also want to cover other
things.
things too, like other debate content.
The framing. So the most important part of that framing is that she had high intelligence, that they were opened in Israel. So that terminology is used specifically if you were getting it from like some agency, right? So you would have seen that it was opened in Israel. You'd have to have that intel. Now you wouldn't get that from getting the data here in the US, that there was a pinging, right? Now, if you can get that jar, if it's open source, pull up what other countries' cell phones were on campus or in a 10-mile square block of that. Now, I know, but I'd like to see you pull it up publicly. So
ask Anna Escobar. She's got that talent, so ask her to do it.
I don't know what talent she has other than, well, anyways, but what talent? What talent does she have about cell phones being open?
She's the one that tracks cell phones to Egyptian planes. So she's the one that's got that.
No.
I'm being
I'm
facetious and sarcastic with it.
You said that it's open source. You can track what website can you use it? Can you take a look right now since your hands
You
up?
can buy the public data. Yeah, absolutely. You can buy the public data.
You think that there's public data currently available?
This is exactly. Hold on. This is exactly what happened during the election. This is what that group that was trying to do the geofencing information during the election cycle did. They purchased the data.
It's not really the weight of it all, right? Like it's getting into a weird territory where just like not big creators are now going out just after other people on the internet, on X, that have opinions and like digging up fucking private information on like all sides, like, and it's making it on Candace's show. You know what I mean? Like it's getting fucking weird.
Well, this is the most important point, Stealth. You actually just hit on it, and I wanted to bring this up, which is that I've watched plenty of spy movies, and the first thing a spy does when they get to a country is walk into a corner store, a bodega, and they buy a burner phone.
That's right. They buy a burner phone.
So
correct.
the idea that an Israeli spy is going to go on a mission to kill somebody and take their cell phone that they have at home that they text their wife on is
Yep.
retarded on its face, right? And that should have been Andrew Wilson's first question. He's like, do you actually think they brought their personal devices to go and kill Charlie Kirk? Like, is that actually your thesis? And then
Stay
like,
toxic. Yeah, but
arguably, like the
you
funnier
can
thing
be
is, I would have
toxic
said, Candace, did
in
you go?
in like a non-dangerous way. You know what I mean? You can be toxic all day. And like, I think for the most part online, I think I'm fairly toxic, but I just like, there's levels. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll talk some shit. I'll call somebody retarded. I'll fucking bust somebody out on some shit or whatever. But like, that's as far as I'm willing to go with the toxic level.
Even a more benign way.
I'm
to
surprised
it
there's
would
not
just be
more
like,
Israelis going to see Charlie Kirk at a UVU college campus.
But
debate.
Josiah,
Exactly.
we don't even have to get that exotic. There could be. You could just say like, hey, there's 12 Canadian phones and 3 French phones and whatever. Like, who
There's
cares?
also Canadian phones and there's Pakistani phones from Pakistan. Again, so I guess my question is
Yeah,
where's
but
the
I
full
think I'm a fun toxic though. Like, I think there's fun toxic, and then I think there's toxic. I think I'm fun.
investigation? Otherwise, you'd hear other people saying other countries. There's also Chinese phones, let's say, for example, some phones from Vietnam, let's say, for example, or the Philippines. I'm just throwing out the different countries, for example, right? I'm not being specific.
I really don't give a shit too much about the group chat thing. And like, I mean, maybe because I was like, you know what I mean? I've been added to group chats, plenty of group chats. I don't like participate in group chats, but I also don't care about them enough to be like, okay, I got to click this to get out of here. I mean, I eventually did leave, but like, I really don't give a shit about. There was nothing that I ever saw in there that it was people sharing posts that people made and then shit talking about the posts is all I ever saw. And then I feel like they just posted them. That's all I know. But they're not, I guess I just don't really care too much.
You can purchase it if you want. I mean, you've got a
so
legal
you're
reason for
saying,
it. But...
so the assumption is somebody purchased it and gave that information to Candace Owens, but avoided talking about
I
any
didn't
other
see
countries
that.
on the ground that were there.
Well, Gary didn't fucking come up with the name.
All I'm trying to argue is Andrew
I think that was originally a stealth group, and then just like people just spam added like a shitload of people. I don't even know how many people were actually active in there.
The information. So you're moving the goalpost on this one. Because now I've got
I'm not moving the goalpost.
No, Stealth, that's not what happened.
I've got you by the short hairs on this one. So
no, you don't. You're trying to focus on something, trying to make the debate something
was
it's not.
that Joe Kent did not leak it to Candace Owens. That was your original argument.
No, that's not my claim. My claim was that she didn't. No, that's not my
Still glad I'm the host. Hold on, guys. Sorry.
I have friends that I ghost, and it'll take me a week to reply to a text they send me, like in real life friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'm not going to go out of my way to.
This is true, like, that you can purchase the data, and you believe that's what she did. Why didn't she use that as her defense in this particular debate? Why didn't she just say, this is publicly available information, and I purchased it from such and such? That would have cleared it all up.
I'm going to need screenshots.
She didn't say that, did she?
Send me screenshots, man. If you can even screenshot. Did they block screenshots in there?
Charlie Robinson, right, Tyler?
Yes. It's not irrelevant if Joe Kent was leaking to Candace
Or
Owens
just don't say anything privately that you wouldn't say publicly, and then it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if you have to be like create private stuff because you're, you know, something you're gonna not, maybe just don't say it privately either. Then
you failed to answer my question. You just said because you feel it's irrelevant, that's why she didn't answer the question. Now answer my question. Why didn't she bring it up?
Investigation team,
guys, I gotta be paying attention here. I got speaker status now. I gotta be listening.
Out. That is typical. You're sidestepping my direct question.
You've taken cues from Candace on how to debate, Jar.
She could have. No, Angela. No, not at all. All I'm trying to say is.
So then, why didn't she publicly say, "I have the data and I have the proof"?
I'm going to restate my point. She did not tie Joe Kent to being her source.
She absolutely did. She said Joe Kent
You believe
noted.
She did. I believe she didn't.
She implied. Yeah, I would say it's probable that this was what she implied, and I think it's definitely.
I think Andrew made a pretty good point about a group chat full of women or something leaked. Shocker.
Go ahead.
So the final point is, Jar is making incredulous leaps of faith here. She mentions Joe Kent with the 12. Hey, would you let me finish?
But I just think that if there were anything like nefarious in there, that would have come out by now.
Well, why would he even
But I
bring
don't
up
know.
his name if it's not relevant? It was relevant to her at the time because she brought up the name. And if you are making the claim, again, you still haven't answered the question. If she got this publicly, like you say, it's publicly
I didn't say she got
evidence.
I said she could have. Anyone could.
Well, then why didn't she bring that up? Because if you're going to obfuscate from it,
Are
you
we
could
still
look
talking
at-
about Joe
at
Kent and the
Wilson and go,
Israeli phones?
That's publicly available information, and you can get it yourself. This isn't like some secret thing. Why didn't she use that? Because clearly she may not know it, or she didn't have it in her brain to use that. All I'm telling you is your argument is falling apart. Well, let's just listen to you, because every
my
time you
argument
speak,
is that Joe Kent is completely irrelevant to this conversation. You guys want to make it about Joe Kent.
that's your opinion.
That's your
That
opinion.
is your opinion.
Most of the disinformation around this case originated from him giving her information that led us down this yellow brick road. Sorry, period, full stop. We're going to hands. Go ahead, Cyber.
Oh, well, I almost said some shit. I gotta watch out.
She said the NSA, then FBI Director Kash Patel, and people high up in the administration know this, that it has completely spooked high-level government figures, and that they are
How did
trying
the
to
debate
prevent the
go?
information from becoming public.
Candace didn't have
She's
any evidence for any
offered
of her
devil's
claims.
advocate alternatives. Israeli exchange
That's how the
students,
debate
tourists,
went.
or American students who had kept Israeli phones after a summer
Just-
abroad
just
program,
feelings and
while framing the detail as
maybe a few
significant and
sources that she
suppressed.
can't name
So there's
and can't
multiple
show what the
videos, and she
sources
goes
have
into
given.
detail,
Like,
the kind of detail that she's
not
not
good
smart
for
enough
Candace.
to make those assessments or even know where you could purchase something publicly. If she had, she would have every single cell phone number from there, from every single country, and she would have found either French Foreign Legion phones or Egyptian phones or something to that effect. She only mentions the Israeli.
Right, and so the point that's kind of equally important is that Joe Kent is obviously running a disinformation operation because he goes out and
He said the
like,
Israelis killed his wife and not Al Qaeda. After that point, he can go get
right.
all fucked.
Well, that's a good one. That's a good one. But he also has been like doing this, and if he is in the back channels working with Candace Owens, whether he's giving her private information or
well, Nick's
he
not
knows
going to
he
give
can't, but
anybody
he's still
props.
willing to
Come on, Riz.
push
Nick's
her
going to talk
false
shit on both.
information and lend his name
Of
and
course
his
he's gonna.
office because, frankly, someone is considered a Secretary of State even after they leave, right? They're still referred to as
100%,
President
Mike.
Bush,
That's
right?
what
They're
I've
still
been
called President
fucking
Bush.
trying to stop
The most notable
or
thing about
call
Joe
out as
Kent
much
now
as
is
I
that he
can is
was
people just
the guy in
like you
charge of
don't
this,
have any
like,
evidence for
secret
these
information
claims.
sharing
But
organization.
it doesn't matter
And so
because
that's what
feelings
he's
and
doing,
vibes
right?
and I
He's
can
using
just
his
make
name,
sense of it.
his office,
Like,
and he's pushing these
yeah,
narratives.
I
Whether he
agree.
actually leaks
I'm
information
right there with you,
is an
Mike.
issue for the investigation, and we'll find out what happens with
I mean,
that
you
when
use
it's
like
run its
way
course
better
and he gets
words
all of
than
his
I
due
did. But
process.
yeah,
But the fact that he is, as you said, saying
same.
insane things about his wife's death, which are, I mean, just disrespectful.
Andrew
Okay?
Clovis has confirmed that he gave this information.
Yeah,
And
Joe
leaking
Kent said
information,
something
Text
negative about
messages,
Israel.
Yes, and
right?
it was
Bad.
And
Like, holy
and then
shit.
going and consorting with all of these like disinformation people like Tucker Carlson, and that's what Tucker Carlson is at this point. There's really not another way to look at it. It's unfortunate,
Yeah.
but whatever. Yes, he is running an op. Do I have to prove that he leaked this particular thing? No. And you know what the other thing is? If he,
I don't know how Andrew lost the
took
debate.
this
We don't have to
seriously,
because
he would
Candace
object.
did not have any
Wait,
evidence
Stealth,
for
would
any
he
of her
not
claims.
object if Candace Owens comes out and says Joe Kent said this? Now he has a name and a reputation to uphold. Would he not come
Andrew
and
at
say,
least
also has a
offered
pretty
evidence for
NDA
her to
from
criticize
leaving
for
DNI
his
that he has to be
position.
careful to not be
She offered no
challenging it.
evidence.
And he has
right,
to be
and
very
you'd think he
careful.
would say that
I
that's
don't
false, but
like
he's not
that's
going to come out
you
and say
don't
it's
win a
false
debate
because
like
he's
that.
very happy to, like I said, use these weasel words, play this clown nose on, clown nose off game, right? This hokey pokey, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Whenever I need to be the former director of DNI, I'll be that. And whenever I want to be a GWAT vet, I'll be that. And whenever I want to be a grieving husband, I'll be that. And whenever I want to be just a concerned citizen, I'll be that. Right. And each of those attribute a certain like level of credibility, and each of them allow him a certain latitude to say crazy things. Right. Because as former DNI, you don't really get to say crazy things. But as a grieving husband or a concerned citizen, you do get to say crazy
Oh,
things.
I don't know
That's
because
what he does.
Tulsi Gabbard said some pretty crazy things on her exit and upon the stuff with Hiroshima. But let me play this clip. Hold on.
Here's some explosive news for you that I can now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, confirm. Putting my name on this. Not only can I confirm this, but I can publicly challenge the very Zionist occupied Trump administration who is aware of this to deny it, to come out and say, no, that's not true. There were, for whatever reason, 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground at Utah Valley University the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This has completely spooked the people that are very high up in government. Now, to be clear, I don't mean that there were 12 VPNs that were switched and routed through Israel on that day. I mean that there were 12 personal cell phone accounts that were opened in Israel, and they were on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University when Charlie was shot. Now, the NSA knows this.
CJ, I don't know why you thought
this.
this was going to be better than
Current
Blake's
administration
space.
know this, and they are desperate for some reason to stop that information from being released to the public. Why? Because they're the most transparent administration ever? Is that why? Is this like Jeffrey Epstein transparency that we're getting? Because that's what it feels like. It always seems that on the topic of this one
CJ
nation
still
that's
here?
only
You just
the
made me
size
go
of
in here
New
and then dip.
Jersey and has done nothing wrong ever,
I see how it
and
is.
was truly the greatest friend to Charlie right up until the very end, never put any pressure on him. Suddenly, everybody abandoned their values.
How long is she going to play this
Charlie
clip?
Kirk, right? Standing on that stage, giving him a speech, hiding this. Now, what would be the reason that they wanted to keep that information under wraps? And why does it have people at the very top spooked? If there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to hide. Now, let's play devil's advocate. And to be clear, we are now advocating for the devil when we do this. Maybe the cell phones belonged to some exchange students. It's possible. Maybe 12 Israelis were touring UVU on that day because, I don't know, Utah Valley University is a place where they maybe wanted to attend in the future. Maybe 12 American students had Israeli-based cell phones because they had just come back from a summer abroad program.
You could just not like any of them, and then it doesn't matter.
Cell phones running,
Mike, you just
when they got back home to Utah. I don't know, but I'd like to know. In fact, we need to know the answer to this question. Why are they hiding this information? And why and who did those 12 Israeli cell phones belong to? Okay? I don't like secrets. I don't like secrets, especially when they pertain to the public execution of my friend Charlie Kirk.
This was dated 9 months ago, so this was on November 4th.
Yeah, we know she
And
claimed
so
that
I'm
there
just
were
going to say,
Israeli
there's
cell
things that she
phones.
says in there. This is between me and Ron. There's things that she says in there that nobody can know. I can't go into too much more detail, but anybody who understands intel, Ron is saying 100. I don't play around with things that I really don't know about, right? There's things that are said in there that if you understand how she said things and what she said specifically.
Why don't you fucking
like
explain it, smarty
12 kids
pants?
that just came back from a summer abroad, maybe 12 people
God,
that were
just
going to
like
be
pretend like you're
exchange
talking to
students.
retards.
Maybe
Break
they
it down
kept
for
their
us.
Israeli phone number because they just come back because they were over there for camp.
If you understand
I
this
want you to
super
understand
secret
there's
way of
specifics
code
that she
talking,
said
you would
that
understand the things she's saying.
nobody would say something like that unless you actually understood what she was saying. And I'll give
CJ,
you an
what are you
example
doing to
in
me
a
here?
second.
What
Now,
are you doing? Oh, she's going to shoot. I just left. Sorry, guys. My bad. I guess she was going to give an example. Maybe eventually she was going to give an example. Let's go back into Blake's space. Let's see what's going on in here.
Does leave me questioning, but a defense could be, listen, at the end of the day, them acknowledging that there is sufficient evidence on a probable cause basis, the defense sort of not arguing that there is not probable cause, that a shot took place, that Lance was in the stairwell, all those other things. You could say that that is meeting the probable cause and still at the same time
I don't know what
argue
the
he's
difference
innocent
between stealth
from a
and
beyond
Candace
reasonable
is.
doubt perspective.
I'll
And
be
make the
honest.
claim that
I don't know what the
it's the
difference is.
prosecution's obligation to demonstrate that these text messages are his admission that he did it and not him just fakely bragging to taking credit for a crime he actually didn't commit.
If somebody could
That
explain
would
that to me,
be
other
a
than perspective,
potential defense strategy that could have some validity, and then disconnect
I would like to hear.
him from the actual DNA, meaning disconnecting him from the shot, right? That doesn't mean
Mitch
I
is
don't
still
believe
talking.
clearly that I do believe that Tyler is the perpetrator of this crime and the evidence is strong. I'm just giving a devil's advocate
That's legit.
position of why would the defense
Fed.
not object to the text messages and yet focus so heavily on the nuances about DNA.
I'm with you. Hey, Matt, do you have anything?
Explain what the difference between Stealth Medical and Candace Owens is.
Yeah. Barron said that in Utah, in the preliminary hearing specifically, that the evidence that the prosecution presents is going to be expected to be true. And so that it's truthful and that it's honest, and that them not arguing about the text messages and not arguing about
That's fair.
The surveillance footage, and there's certain wording in their responses to the bindover brief is not them agreeing with the prosecution. It's not them agreeing that Tyler was on campus or that he sent the text messages. What do you have to
Well, they
say?
are agreeing. They are agreeing from a probable cause level of evidence that there is video of him on campus, that a shot took place. They are agreeing on that level of evidence. Just because you argue one standard, you acknowledge one standard, and also at a
Are
preliminary
they? So they're
hearing,
not even talking
I
about the
believe
debate. They're just
standard
back
is
to the case
that
now.
the evidence has to be viewed in the most favorable light to the prosecution.
Yes, that's one part, but the other part that Barron brought up was that that it's believed to be already like it's true.
I haven't.
Like it's
I don't really. I'm not familiar with
representation
Blackline
of like reality,
but I hear a
and that
lot
they're
of
not going to
people
argue
say
each point in
what
their
you're saying,
response to the
Riz.
brief. But my other point is, if you read the
I've definitely heard he's
response
like
to
super
the
grifter, but I don't
prosecution's
know.
bindover brief, they say multiple times that the prosecution's best evidence, and they're like saying that it's not sufficient, right? Is that these admissions and the text messages and the surveillance footage, which they don't believe substantiates that it's Tyler Robinson on the footage and that it's Tyler Robinson who sent them.
Yeah, I agree. They're taking the position, taking the prosecution case at face value. You still have not met the burden required for probable cause. That's basically their argument on each of the points. They have not met the burden required for tampering with witness. They have not met the burden with regards to the text messages from a probable cause perspective. They even argue that the identification of him, people sort of fluff over this. They say that the identification of him is based upon hearsay, violating his constitutional rights. They do say that in that brief, even though it's very briefly mentioned.
Right. And couldn't you say that if they're saying that none of the evidence that the prosecution has presented and none of the evidence being referenced in their bindover brief, they're saying that none of that reaches the merit of probable cause, then they're not agreeing with any of the claims. They're not agreeing that it's Tyler Robinson. They're not agreeing that the text messages were sent by Tyler Robinson. They're not agreeing to any of it.
I think it's just a matter of there's no point to argue that evidence that's been accepted by the judge, and you have to accept once evidence is submitted, it is treated as a factual matter of the court for the purpose of preliminary hearing. There's no point to argue it is not true anymore. It's in the body of evidence. That's it. Now the question is, does it meet the standard under law? Because their brief is far more focused on arguing the law than arguing the factual basis.
And unfortunately, until and because of the gag order put in place by the judge on both counsels, we don't get to ask questions in terms of what they're operating under, in terms of assumptions, what they're conceding, what they're not conceding, and that's why this is so troubling, in my opinion.
But conceding that something meets the probable cause barrier does not prejudice anything for the purposes of denying it for trial with meeting the beyond reasonable doubt standard, right? The evidence still has to then be submitted for acceptance into the evidence at trial. Just because something is accepted for preliminary hearing purposes does not necessarily mean it will still be accepted.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the stealth one was more entertaining.
There's two different standards.
This is kind of lame.
So, sorry, you can go ahead, Blake.
No, you go.
Well, I was going to ask because I wasn't here for the part of the Candace Owens. I was going to ask
where do you know this?
debate.
Did Crowder tweet? Is he talking about it?
Me and Blake were both listening. I was we were getting annoyed. Like I sent him a message saying, like, they're talking about fingerprints. There was no fingerprints. She's confusing fingerprints for DNA. She just didn't know that.
Well, no, she does know that. She's done this a couple times. Have you ever done a live?
Oh shit! Yo, we got maybe
we
a
all
video to
know
watch
that
here.
there are people who will agree with you. And by the way, PBD's crowd mostly thought you won. We'll bring up our own poll. But you know that there are people who will already agree with you no matter what, people who will agree with her no matter what. Then there are some who have ears to hear, eyes to see. How do you think that needle will be moved from today?
I think it's the beginning of a snowball effect.
Okay.
So now that she's been challenged, I think, and had to give an accounting for the evidence, did a very poor job. I think that more of them will feel compelled to do more of these debates, or at least I'm hoping so. And I think that that'll create the snowball effect. At least that's what I'm hoping. But ultimately, there wasn't a need to push back too much on too many things, because she just admitted that she didn't have any evidence for anything.
Well,
so
that
like,
was...
where do you go from there? You're like, hey, do you have any evidence for that? And they're like, no. She went back on all of her claims. And so, like, where do you go from there? In other words, there was nowhere I needed to go to demonstrate what it was that I was trying to demonstrate, which is that these people have lots and lots of claims, and the second they're confronted with them, they back off on all of them. Every single time. Her sources, what a joke that was. My sources told me. My sources told me. Well, what validates your sources? The fact that I've released some, footage and stuff. Yeah. How would that validate your sources in these things? That makes no sense at all. These, I think ultimately, I'm sure that there's going to be some negative clips about me, especially pushed by the Owens people. But ultimately,
I'm going to do some negative clips on you, but that's just for funsies.
Of course. But ultimately, she didn't have anything. She had nothing. She literally had nothing. And so what made this an easy debate for me was that she didn't fucking have nothing. Like, what do you want me to do?
Oh, is there a longer clip of this? Okay, I'm going to search around. I want to find a longer clip of this. There's got to be, right? Or actually, okay, we don't need to hear that. Is Crowder still live? I might be able to just go back, scroll back to his live and see how long that was. Bear with me here a moment. Live? Got it.
It goes, and the ghost eats you?
Yeah, that is white noisy.
Okay.
Does this have...
I think
I'm going to push a button here and see what this does.
There we go. There he is. Mr. Wilson, I'm sure you're tired. Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Steven, how you guys doing?
Well, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, of course.
We have the drinking game going, and it's been tough. I'm not going to lie to you. What are your thoughts? I'm surprised you didn't stay by to have drinks with her and her hyperly masculine husband, Mr. Farmer. So since you're leaving the homestead, you're just heading right back. You're leaving?
No. We're staying another night. The debate goals, every single one of them was accomplished. So it was, we knew going in it would be Operation Let Her Speak, and we knew that she'd contradict herself, and we knew that she would have zero evidence.
Operation Let Her Speak.
And all of that was accomplished.
Yeah, well,
I wish we could have gotten into a lot more of it.
Fucking
But it was very obvious to everybody there that if she was getting pushed any harder than she was, that she was going to just, we weren't going to get anywhere.
That's actually a question that I had, because there were the one criticism that I would have, and I know, you'll say I'm a dick and I would say you're a dick, is at the end I would have rapid fired like, okay, how about the Mormon communists training him? But it seemed like, and I've had to do this with some conversations or debates, you guys were concerned that she might just throw the table over if you went a little too aggressively?
Right. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
So the major points of contention that we got was that she had no evidence whatsoever. And all the claims that she had made about Erica Kirk at TPUSA were basically tongue-in-cheek, according to her. She doesn't even mean them. She has no evidence for her steakhouse, no evidence for her timeline, no evidence that there's a patsy whatsoever. And all of her claims that she made were basically, we were just funning.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you probably didn't see, because, by the way, I hate to tell you this, but we had to use Candace's stream from YouTube because yours was like 20 seconds later and people were complaining.
No problem.
But we've been sending people to the Give, Send, Go. And by the way, also we have Jesse's going to be fired because our YouTube doesn't have premium, so there were ads running. So someone's going to be fired. That makes you feel good because you're, you know, we're both brothers in cruelty.
Yes, 100%. I'm going to fire somebody too, just because you are.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
I don't want you to get or feel in any way like you're going to one-up me here, Steve.
How about you give me the? I fire your guy and you fire my guy, just because we throw them for a loop. Let me ask.
Industry, you're fired.
I
did it first. I did it first. You're done.
You can't fire. You can't fire Gerald though because he's so big and athletic and it's intimidating.
Mr. Aegis,
One quick
catching
question.
fucking strays.
Did they Nixon JFK you because she has a full stylist and makeup crew? Did they give you makeup and like no. You looked a little bit.
I would have refused.
You looked a little bit shiny. You looked a little shiny. You looked a little shiny.
Yeah, it looked a little shiny. It happens. But yeah, I mean, look.
Does she have Hakeem Olajuwon hands in real life?
What the hell is that?
The best.
Large hands.
Yeah. No, she doesn't.
Okay, all right. Go ahead with your valid point. I'm being childish and stupid.
Yeah.
No, go ahead with your valid point.
Fair.
I was just being childish and stupid because we've had the drinking game. Please, give it to me.
Nothing. I feel. The thing is like, we knew that we were probably only going to get 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Of actual runtime. We knew that was all we were going to get. That's why I moved very quickly. Like, hey, you can interrogate my claims as much as you want for the hour and a half, but I was very adamant that we got the last hour and a half of actual runtime so that I could get into her claims. So I know that this ran a long time. People from their end, they think it was like 5 hours, but with all the ads and breaks and everything else, it was actually only like 3.5.
Oh, shut the fuck up. They didn't have ads. They just had "We're coming back." And we actually had ads. We actually had commercials. She just wants the money and she doesn't even put ads in there. I wanted to ask you two things. So one, and this is actually important. We all know that there are people who will agree with you. And by the way, PBD's crowd mostly thought you won. We'll bring up our own poll. But you know that there are people who will already agree with you no matter what, people who will agree with her no matter what. Then there are some who have ears to hear, eyes to see. How do you think that needle will be moved from today?
I think it's the beginning of a snowball effect.
Okay.
So now that she's been challenged, I think
gorgeous eyes
had to give an accounting for the evidence, did a very poor job. I think that more of them will feel compelled to do more of these debates, or at least I'm hoping so. And I think that'll create the snowball effect. At least that's what I'm hoping. But ultimately, there wasn't a need to push back too much on too many things because she just admitted that she didn't have any evidence for anything.
Well,
so
that
where do you go from there? You're like, hey, do you have any evidence for that? And they're like, no.
Here's where I go from there. Here's where I go from there because she named like Valhalla. She named a few people. Andrew, this is important going forward, and I mean this. Anyone who's going to present these conspiracies, they need a better champion. Because there are people online who will tell you why they believe that Israel and or France took out Charlie Kirk. There are people online who will show you with red yarn why Erica Kirk did it. She didn't, and she backed away from it. So in other words, if people out there are going, we're with you, Candace, go Max, they need a new champion because she absolutely did cower back.
Yeah, she went back on all of her claims. And so, like, where do you go from there? In other words, there was nowhere I needed to go to demonstrate what it was that I was trying to demonstrate, which is that these people have lots and lots of claims, and the second they're confronted with them, they back off on all of them.
Complicit
every
in
single
what?
time. Her sources, what a joke that was. My sources told me. Well, what validates your sources? The fact that I've released some, footage and stuff.
Yeah.
How would that validate your sources in these things? That makes no sense at all. These, I think ultimately... I'm sure that there's going to be some negative clips about me, especially pushed by the Owens people. But ultimately,
I'm going to do some negative clips on you, but that's just for funsies.
Of course. But ultimately, she didn't have anything. She had nothing. She literally had nothing. And so what made this an easy debate for me was that she didn't fucking have nothing. Like, what do you want me to do? You don't have anything.
Yeah. I will say the one thing, if you were to give her credit for anything, what would you give her credit for? I have one and only one.
I think that she got a gotcha at the end. I will be fair with that. That was a gotcha at the end, though I think it wasn't a very good one.
The charges.
What's that?
What do you mean the gotcha? The charges.
Yeah, and then
that's,
the last.
That's what I wrote down too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it though. I really don't think I made a single mistake that debate. Just the gotcha at the end, but who cares? It's not even important. Ultimately, what matters is if she has any sort of evidence. So the first half of the debate, I remember laughing last night, and I was like, because the trial's not here and this and that, we're really just arguing our opinions on this evidence, right?
Sure.
Like, am I convinced by it? Yes. Are you convinced by it? No. Great. Where do you go from there? And if that was the extent of all that anybody was talking about, nobody would care.
Correct.
But it's never been about that. It's always been an extensive, overarching, Israel's involved, France is involved, these various people want to kill, blah, 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 blah. And they never have any evidence for any of that. And that was what was important to demonstrate.
Well, I think it's also important to demonstrate, like we talked about, this is me being selfish, but, she has called into question our actual investigative journalism, like the Covenant shooting, right, with Audrey Hale, where she said, actually, my source, I'm glad I did my due diligence, she was sexually abused. Wasn't actually true. Where she said I was a Fed, our engravings on the bullets, by the way, turned out to be true. Jay Varma, COVID architect, turned out to be true. So she calls everyone else into question when they actually have ways, there are ways of having an anonymous source and having it validated through a third party in the public eye.
Sure.
She will tell everyone who will listen that those people are Feds. But what's funny to me is, wouldn't a Fed be the most likely person to tell you there's no radical trans anything? Mr. Crowder's source saying the engravings on the bullet, that's a lie. And by the way, we've been subpoenaed by the ATF and the FBI. Wouldn't a Fed say, hey, by the way, Audrey Hale wasn't a radicalized trans shooter. She was sexually abused by a relative. So I think she's a Fed.
Yeah, well, look, and Feds often feed small amounts of true information so that they can feed false information. Like that's how, like if that was a real Fed op, this isn't a Fed op.
Because she has no true information.
Going on. Yeah, she doesn't have anything. There is no counterclaims. In other words, you can say that you don't believe the state's case.
Sure.
Fair enough. You can argue about not believing the state's case all day long. I don't even have a problem with that. My problem is that there's tons and tons of these counterclaims, and there is no evidence for any of them. And she essentially conceded that that was true on every single claim I brought up. Is there any evidence for that? Nope.
No.
Any evidence for that? Long explanation and no. Is there any evidence for that? Long explanation followed by no. Followed by no. And I pushed each time until I got to no and then moved to the next one.
I also love how
she's like a rabbit, so you can only push so far.
Wait, you push rabbits? That's just mean. I was going to say,
you do it with beagles.
I see you, Jarbot.
The flea helmet, the old Fauci.
That's right.
But I do that with humans too. The one thing that I did find funny is at the end she was like, "Well, we agree to have these fact checkers, but not to just take clips out of context." And again, I don't think you saw this. We ran, for example, the side by side of her saying, "I've never criticized the outfits," and her saying,
"That, John, would be
impossible."
Since I was listening and commenting while Jarbot was talking live.
And, it's not about that being the most important claim. It's just proving that she has no problem verifiably lying. She has no problem doing that.
Well, her whole thing was to seed doubt, right? To seed doubt with the claims of the state. And my whole point was to seed doubt with the claims of her. It's the same exact thing, right? It's just question the questioners. If it's the case that you have problems with state evidence, that's fair. But you should also have problems with the anti-evidence people as well. When they're like, hey, we can just make tons of claims and never have any evidence for any of them. That's insane. That's literally insane to me.
No,
so,
I agree with you.
I got to get rolling.
I know you
got
to go, but tell people the Give, Send, Go, because we have it up at our reference page where they can go check our fact sheet.
Riz, it is really not that big of a deal. It's not super relevant to be able to know every single charge that he's being charged with. Maybe not now. There might be people making sure that they know the charges in case that comes up. But I would have assumed that 99% of the people talking about this would not have been able to just rattle off all of the charges.
Check. Tell folks
granted, you can say what he's going into a debate, but I just don't know that he would that would have even come up in his thought process of she might try to get you on not knowing all of the charges when that's not relevant to to the evidence or the lack of evidence of anything.
Can go and support you and where you'll be next week so they can tune into the after.
Yeah, you can tune into the Crucible. There's a link on the Crucible's YouTube that goes directly to the Give, Send, Go. We appreciate it. If you thought that I did a good job today, you want to support me, walking into the Lion's Den, that's a great place to do it. Also, for those of you who don't know, and I'm going to just say this real quick, even though it's going to embarrass the shit out of him, Steven's, of course, been a great friend to me, and he supported me 100% of the way. This entire time, he supported me 100% of the way. Unfortunately, though, he did send dumbass Gerald out here, so
I
I've been
know.
dealing with his
Well, by the way, I also
I've been dealing
threatened
with stupid ass Gerald this whole week. You're such a okay.
I also
I'm kidding.
I also threatened your.
I don't
just so
think
you
so.
know, I threatened your.
How is this possible?
I threatened your wife last night. Too.
I don't believe she had anybody in her ear telling her anything, right? He wanted to check the phone because she had pulled it out, so they did that. It didn't appear that she had anybody telling her in her phone. I think she was initially stalling because she probably has gone over the charges, right? She's probably read them. She was stalling to try to recall them, would be my guess. And she just might have been able to do that. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. It's the best gotcha she had, though. But it's, as Andrew was saying, fucking pointless.
You, Andrew, I said, if you tell, I said, Joe Louis has had the surgery, some complications. I said, but if you bother Andrew with this, I will send your personal address to Candace Owens. So that happened last night, but go enjoy yourself, take your victory lap.
Thanks,
and, you know,
guys, and thanks, Lane and the team for getting all that information to us. It was incredibly helpful. So thank you very much.
we very much appreciate it. Go, be safe, and, you know, stop wearing a tablecloth as your shirt. All right.
I will not.
I know you won't. It'll be switched out for a golf shirt or Ed Hardy. Yeah. Give us a pretty good snapshot. I'd be willing to bet that Candace didn't come across really well, and the people who are diehards will say, Andrew tried gotchas, and ignore the fact that they brought up a tweet that was 15 years old from his wife or some @ reply. Let's grab, you know what, do you have the stinger? Mm-hmm. Chats!
Hey, what's up, Texas Motherbird? Mackenzie, what's up?
Read the chat. I'm stretching my legs a little bit, Noodles.
All right.
Tell them who Mastodon is. This is why she wouldn't want to debate me. Because there's one thing I will say to pat myself on the back, and Tim knows this. This is why Tim came in. Toolman Tim, I give a tough time, but very much appreciate him. He knows a lot about birds, so that's cool. Mm-hmm. Knows a lot about birds. He's not a bird lawyer, but he knows a lot about birds. He came in ready to think that I was like gonna just hate him, but that's because he worked in conservative media for a long time, and they basically train up your replacements to fire you. And we became friends when, you know, I realized, like, hey, Tim's really good at what he does. Could you help me with X? So Tim has been here for a while. Tim also knows that I'm the only one who has a video from me in 2007, 2008 doing Crazy Pete's Abortion Barn. There was no grifting. It was only an opportunity cost. So let's go back to then. Let me walk you through the timeline. The only thing that you could say is a through line is that Candace has done what is financially expedient. 2007, she's in high school, okay? She sued her school, and I may be getting some details wrong, I know we have a clip, saying that there are racist and sexually threatening voicemails from a group of boys, included the son of then mayor, and she was repped by the NAACP. Here's a clip from C-SPAN.
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. That started, from what I saw, it was either yesterday or the day before. But they started, like, heavily criticizing why Andrew paid her $300,000 for this debate, and then it's not going to change anything. I even called out Misfit Patriot on a tweet that he did. Like, yeah, but I bet if this were Ben Shapiro. I already covered that in the beginning. I don't want to beat a dead horse or go back. But yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. Like, you guys want to talk about y'all want to talk about ops? You want to talk about ops? That seems a little suspect, no? No, this guy's going to go and publicly challenge Candace Owens, even paid to do so, to try to help expose how full of shit she is even more. And you guys got a problem with that? You got a problem with that? Why? Because he's not pro-Christian Zionist? Because he's kind of maybe anti-Zionist? Oh, I see. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on with Zionists or what their deal is, but they are fucking terrible at PR. They are the worst. They are so bad. so bad at it. Like, you are not going to win anybody over to your side the way that they've been going about it. I'm just going to say it. Anybody who's a Zionist in here, I don't care. Doesn't matter. Feel free. Y'all want to talk to your people because you're getting your asses kicked on the PR front. They are bad. They're bad at this. And I don't know how they allegedly have so much power. Maybe it just doesn't matter like how bad the PR is, I guess, because they have so much control and so much influence that they can just piss and moan about it and it doesn't make a difference. They don't need support because they just own everything, maybe. I don't know. If y'all want to get together, have a little fucking powwow and figure this out, you should, because it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Okay, rant over.
This is her in 2007, and by the way, she ended up winning $37,000. I'm going to show you how Candace built her fortune.
I received a slew of messages from the Democrat governor of Connecticut's son, Mr. Daniel Malloy, and at the time he was the mayor of Stamford, and his son, along with 3 other boys, referred to me as the...
And Charlie was right. Charlie was correct. Hey guys, you need to figure your shit out. You're not doing good. You're losing really bad in the PR front. Not doing good. You gotta try a new tactic. You gotta take a different approach. This thing you're doing, it's not working. It's not working. Not working. Whatever.
Word, threatened to tar and feather my family and put a bullet in the back of my head like they did to Martin Luther King. This is a story that's not often spoken about.
Yeah, and here's one other through line. She always presents herself as the victim, as the martyr. So she was wrecked by the NAACP. By the way, she was a known liberal, and I'll show you through a very long period.
Charlie was arguably probably like one of the best PR people for Israel. And he was like, hey, this is not, you guys, stop it. You're making it really fucking difficult to defend you. And they're like, you anti-Semitic bastard. Right? And then they unalived him. Joke. But you guys know what I'm saying. Like, holy shit. How could I don't understand how they could have so much power and influence and be so fucking terrible at PR. That makes no sense.
Of her life, including that period of her life. The NAACP held press conferences, as they always do. Family sued the Stanford Board of Education. They settled for $37,000. Okay. An Al Sharpton type situation. Then you go to 2015. So how did Candace build her fortune? Degree 180, that was an anti-Trump blog where she, obviously would have made revenue through traffic. She co-founded this blog website, Degree 180, that was explicitly progressive and anti-conservative to the point of being, you could argue, rhetorically violent.
What's up, everyone? My name is Candace Owens. I'm the CEO of Degree180.com. Here answering...
What's going on? So Crowder's just like, he's just going to shit post the rest of this live about Candace? Like, look how retarded she is. Look at all of this dumb shit she's done. I might have to watch from beginning to end Crowder's coverage of this. I'm going to have to. I'm definitely going to have to take a break, and I think that's what I'm going to do when I take a break. We'll probably come back and do an X Space tonight if there's any up. But I think I'm going to have to watch Crowder's take, because I bet there were definitely some things that happened during that debate where Crowder was like, no, Andrew, get her. Do this. I got to tell you guys, like, for a long time, I just was not much of a Crowder fan. He was like, for one, I don't find him to be all that funny. And for two, I thought a lot of the shit he was doing was very cringe. And I don't think it was like supposed to be cringe, which made it even more cringe. But as time has gone on here, and with everything that we're seeing from Candace Owens, when all of this Charlie Kirk stuff started, like, it's starting to make me kind of like Steven Crowder. And I didn't hate Steven Crowder, but I just sort of was like, not really my flavor. Starting to kind of like Steven Crowder a little bit. But we'll see. I'm sure he'll screw that up. He'll say something or do something where I'm like, okay, never mind. I changed my mind. I'm back. But maybe not. Maybe not. We shall see. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to take a break. I've really got to go to the bathroom. I'm hungry. I want to see what's going on X, and then I'll probably pop back on in a few hours to do some to see what's going on in X Spaces.
Questions.
And so this site, you can check all the references. We make those available. Link in the description, as we do every single show. She celebrated the eventual death of the, quote, Republican Tea Party, which was obviously backlash to Barack Obama, who she very passionately supported. Ran anti-Trump pieces, including a whole bunch of pieces about his penis size. A lot of that actually came from one of the sites that she ran. It was shut down by the end of 2016 as she kind of pivoted. I know what you're thinking. She pivoted to something conservative. No. Here's a spring of 2016. Again, how she built her fortune. Social autopsy. Kickstarter is what she had for a public searchable database of, quote, awful, nasty comments on social media, specifically from conservatives who were misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, racist. In other words, she was pitching Kickstarter. Her Shark Tank was, hey, let's create a site that gives the names, photos, employment information of conservatives with a right-leaning point of view to destroy their lives. It was called Social Autopsy. Also, it sought to ban people from public platforms. Here's a clip.
We are fostering a society of online bullying, social tormenting, and irresponsible sharing. With the ability to privatize social profiles and use pseudonyms in place of real names.
Let's see. Well, I just want to touch on this real quick. Two goats and a dog. The only thing a Zionist is one who believes Israel has a right to exist and one who believes what Scripture says about Jesus returning to Mount Zion. So the Jews do not believe that Jesus is going to return to Mount Zion. The Christians do. So I would bring up an old argument that Andrew used in his debate during Dinesh D'Souza and say, well, maybe Christians should take over that land. Maybe we should have it. Maybe it should be ours. Since it, kind of belongs to us, right? Kind of belongs to Christians. So that would just be, you're a Christian, right? I don't know. We don't have to talk about this. We don't have to talk about this.
It has been a free for
Actually, leftist persecution, which is what eventually red-pilled me, which led to her overnight conversion in 2017. She said she became a conservative overnight. We'll give you some examples where it would give me pause. She said, I realized that liberals were actually the racists when I couldn't make enough money.
That's
fair. That's fair. And really, before we get to Israel, we probably need to make sure we're covered here first. You know what I mean? like we get the Christian majority back here, and it's Christian. Then we can go to Israel, and then we the rest of the world. Then we can rest of the world, right? But you have to start somewhere, John. You got to start somewhere. You can't just do it all at once. It's not going to work.
I became a conservative overnight. I realized that liberals were actually the racists, that liberals were actually the trolls.
Yeah, so she launched this thing, Red Pill Black, and she, back then it was kind of when alt-right was a thing, and she embraced them. She claims there, at least back then, you can bring it up, Philly Mag, she never voted Democrat. So here's why this matters, because now she's trying to tell you that she's...
Couldn't we? I feel like the United States is, we're funding most of it, right? So aren't Christians technically defending Christian lands? I don't know. I don't know. But also, I'm not sure that that Israel thinks they're defending Christian lands. I think they're defending Jewish lands. Fucking reading the comments. I'm just gonna.
When she was young, she was a liberal, using the NAACP.
We don't have to talk about this, guys.
Then she had an anti-conservative doxing website, and she says, but after that is when I was red-pilled. After that timeline, she said, by the way, I still, just so you know, I never would have voted Democrat, but here's a 2025 interview where she said that she definitely would have voted Democrat.
So when you were over at the Daily Wire, before the Daily Wire, you were a Democrat?
No, that's
You've
one of the
never been a
rumors.
Democrat?
I've never voted Democrat my entire life.
Okay.
I always say I was liberal because I just thought I had to be liberal. And so if I had voted, I wasn't really politically inclined, I would have voted for Democrats. And I definitely cried the night Barack Obama won.
Where's the consistency other than finances? This brings us to 2018 onward. Blexit, that's how a lot of you maybe knew her. And I will offer up, hopefully, a fair criticism of Charlie Kirk. I've got to imagine his researchers knew when Candace said, hey, we're launching Blexit, that she had stolen that. That had existed from 2016 while she was still a liberal, predated her by a good long period of time. But she did decide to commercialize it, fundraise off of it, and say, hey, I'm Mrs. Blexit.
Today in this room, I'm so excited because we are going to launch in front of the world a movement that will forever be remembered as a piece of American history, a movement called Blexit, the Black Exit.
Now bring up collage E. It existed back to 2016. So she definitely didn't create it, but she profited off of it. And she was sued, by the way. I don't know how that lawsuit turned out, but it did exist. I knew people who were involved.
There are some people righteous that are of that opinion.
Also, there was quite a bit of reporting. Not someone showed me. Someone said there were receipts showing that there was an unbelievable amount of personal compensation to Candace with Blexit and the organizations with very low donations in comparison. Meaning if you were to have a third party audit it, they would say, well, this is just basically, this is a slush fund. The money's going to one person. It's around this time, by the way, when we talk about money, that she met George Farmer, son of Michael Farmer, who is, of course, actually in the House of Lords, and her husband, Farmer, confirmed Bullington Club member in London. So if you guys want to do the
Bullingdon,
Bohemian Grove or Skull and Bones, the Bullington Club, it's like
has
half
nothing on the Bullingdon.
Nothing on the Bullington Club.
Those
We
cheeky
own
Americans.
half of Parliament. Part of our initiation is destroying expensive steakhouses and throwing them several $1,000 bills. That's actually a real thing. She got engaged to him 18 days after meeting him via FaceTime, and they got married at the Trump Winery in 2019. Okay. So we know liberal, Kickstarter. This is how she made her money. Lawsuits. Okay. Then she says, I would have voted Democrat, but I wouldn't have voted Democrat. Then we go to 2018 to 2023. This is when she was at not just Daily Wire, but I think PragerU. Before that, she made trips to Israel. She supported Israel. She was consistently pro-Israel. And she argued against people who were critics of Israel. Again, opinions change. But we've already gone from left to right and back to now Israel. The one through line is she's always pro whoever it is that's providing a check. Here's a clip with Dennis Prager.
Or she's just always pro what she sees as an opportunity to become popular, get more clout, get more of an influence.
Leftists believe in racial segregation. They are the racists of our day. They are truly indistinguishable from the Southern racists that I remember from my childhood. Where they would say, no, we don't want blacks and white marrying. We don't want blacks and whites together. That is exactly what you now have from the left. So if you believe in a black dorm, you're a leftist, not a liberal. Okay? Israel is another example. The biggest pro-Israel people in the United States, like Harry Truman, John F. Kennedy, were liberals.
Right.
Liberals are still pro-Israel. Leftists hate Israel.
That's correct.
I could give you example after example.
Oh, so I would say the argument could be made that leftists have hijacked liberalism and they've used liberalism as a vehicle to assign their progressivism.
Well, she did. She went in on Crowder big time when he was going through his divorce and when he was negotiating with Daily Wire and like turned them down and talked about how shady they were or whatever. She went in on him big time. I mean, I don't know that she has sense, but she's been pretty preoccupied, I suppose. And Crowder's not a Jew, right? I don't think. But now that I think about it, this is kind of an interesting question. Because Crowder's been calling her out for a minute. Maybe, I don't know. Had Crowder offered her, what did he offer? Wasn't it like $50,000 or $60,000 to debate him? Maybe if he'd offered $300,000, she'd be talking about Crowder. Maybe Crowder was just being too damn cheap. He was being too cheap. Yes, I agree. $300,000 to prove Candace cannot back any of her allegations. Priceless. I agree.
That's right. So I always say to my fiance, it's so progressive. It's progressive, right? So they use a different methodology to get to what they want to accomplish, is ultimately, like you said,
Oh, that was weird. Okay. Well, I guess that's just stopped working for whatever reason. Adrian Filtered, I'm curious, what's everyone's opinion on mega churches? Yeah, you just want to bring that up in here, huh, Adri? Let me just throw this little fucking monkey wrench into the chat real quick, get everybody worked up. We'll just throw that in there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody's getting along. We're all having fun. And here comes Adri, the little shit stirrer, just getting people riled up. Mega churches suck. Business church. Business church. Costco of religion. One big money scam sales pitch. I can't believe you brought this up, Adri. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? John Quinn, if the pastor faithfully teaches from Scripture, I am for it. I am for it. I think that is true for most. I don't think I agree with you, John. Mega churches are an abomination. No connection to local parishioners. Well, I mean, I suppose you could just say they're all a bunch of fucking heretics, I guess, if you want. It's all heretical. And what did we establish with the Andrew Wilson and Dinesh D'Souza debate? Heresy is evil. Heresy is evil. Yeah, you go take a nap, old man. You can go lay down and get some rest. I don't know. What time is it? 4 o'clock my time. Well, I think it gets dark around like 7 or 8, so probably around then. I would imagine there's going to be spaces running all day and all night today, so shouldn't be too much to expect that there will be a space to hop into. So probably 8 to 9 Central Time. Yeah, I'm sure you were just curious, Adri. I'm sure. I'm so sure you were just curious about what everybody's thoughts on mega churches was. Let's see. Mama Owlbear can't even find a small church that is good, hoping when we move. Well, you just got to find the small churches that God's in. That's those are the good ones. Adri is just asking questions. Oh yeah, just totally no implications. No, yeah, for sure. Just honest questions. Honest questions. God has timeshares everywhere. That he does. But there are also people that pretend that their timeshare is a God timeshare that are not. I think. Just my opinion. I think. Just my opinion. He made her run away from all of her claims. Yeah, she backpedaled on fucking everything. She didn't stand her ground on any of the shit she spewed. She tried to make up weird, like, when she tried to answer, she tried to, like, come up with weird excuses as to why, like, it wasn't what she was actually saying. Like, are you taking it out of context when it wasn't out of context at all? Like, the context was pretty clear. The context was pretty clear, Candace. Complicit in what? We're never going to get the answer to that question. Never. It's gone. It's fucking gone. That one question will now never be answered. And it will get memory hold. but I refuse to allow it. I am going to tweet at least once a day until this trial is done. Complicit in what? That's it. You heard it. That's the commitment. Every day I will tweet at least once. Complicit in what? Complicit in what, merch? Should I get the grift going and start doing some no offense to anybody that's doing t-shirts or mugs or whatever. I'm not fucking going down that rabbit hole. I'm not. Yeah, complicit in what, damn it? Well, she did answer it. She told us 5 times she did. Oh, yeah, she definitely said she answered it and never answered it. Merch or we walk? Who buys t-shirts? Nobody buys t-shirts, right? Muppet answered to Ben. Can we take this answer? He's her Muppet. Uh-oh. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, she absolutely backpedaled a lot. Yeah, because she was worried about getting caught in something that she could be sued for defamation for. Well, that would mean that you would have to knowingly be lying, Candace. Like, what are we talking about? You have to say incorrect information that would, like, essentially ruin somebody's reputation, right? Or cause financial issues for their business. That is a lie. Like, how could somebody catch you in that if you're not doing that thing? Yeah, I thought she was like, I'm not, I believe all of everything I'm saying and can, like, okay. I feel like that's the tell. Like, that's the giveaway. And I don't understand how people aren't catching that. They're like, they just want to catch them in something that they could sue them for defamation for. What? Like, that's the only way you could do that is if she tells a lie. And when she's refusing to answer questions, I feel like that's because you know that it's lying. She's lying. So all of the claims that she's made on her show, when Andrew asks her about them and says, what's up with this? And she doesn't say anything about it, it's because she can't, because she would be lying and therefore could be sued for defamation. Like, I feel like that's the tell, right? Like, that's the boomer, here's your sign shit, right? Yeah, that's why I'm literally rocking Jared's hoodie. Like, I didn't want to start knocking people who push it. Everybody's got merch. Like, I'll just do videos too, and I can just run ads for my own merch. Like, oh, quick ad break, guys. Here's my new dope merch. Will you be sure to go ahead and buy it? You know, like, I don't know, whatever. I don't know. Business church. Business church. I'll put, like, you know what I'm saying? Let me put, what was it? MACA? Make America Christian again. Like, maybe it's no, that wouldn't work. We got to keep up with I got to get the grift going. You got to get the grift going. I've been slacking on the grift. I have too many mugs. Now, this I don't believe, because I don't think that there's such a thing as too many mugs, to be honest with you. I have many of them. Anytime I go to a store or anytime, like, anything that I see, right, that I like, or it doesn't matter. The point is I'm always down to buy a mug. As long as it's a cool mug. I don't like those just cheap shit, like ceramic ones that like, if you think coffee mug or something, like, that's what you just automatically think of. I don't like those. I like them to look cool, right? They got to look cool. But I don't. If there's a cup that's got something really cool printed on it, or it's a brand that I like, or whatever it is, like, I'm buying that shit. I've got them all over. I got like 5 of them just around me right now. And I have a whole cabinet full of them up in my kitchen. I think a lot of people like collecting mugs. I agree. I don't think there's a such thing as too many cups. Think about how often you drink every day. And I don't, like, just in general, drink. Like, humans drink lots. Like, we have to, right? There's no such thing as too many vessels to drink from. So now that I've completed my mug rant, maybe I'll do a mug. Maybe we'll do mugs. Complicit in what? I don't even know how to do that. Complicit in what? Peanut butter? Complicit in what? Peanut butter brand. All right, I'm starting to get loopy, and I can clearly see you guys are losing it a little bit in the chat too. So I think it's a good time to take a break. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be back on. I will make a post on X to let you guys know when I'm planning on going back live. Ask Jay Witt. He will hook you up. I could ask a lot of them. I just don't like asking for things. I'm one of those people. I don't really like asking for anything. Feel like if I can't figure it out, then I'm just not supposed to. That's probably stupid. Okay, guys, we will catch you later on. Have a good one. Anybody who sent in super chats, super appreciate you. Thank you. I just pulled a Candace and fumble fuck my words there, but appreciate you. Everybody who hung out, I had a great time. I wish, like I said, I wish the debate was, I wish Andrew would have just done a little more blood sport, but I get why he didn't. Makes sense. So all in all, obviously, Andrew won. We will catch you guys here a little later on.